Hello and welcome. I'm so happy to see each of you today. Whether this is your first collaborative WIM event or your 20th, we'd love to hear from you. Please drop a line in the chat and tell us where you're tuning in from. My name is Sarah Yao Schutzman, CFA. I'm a managing partner of Providence Heights Capital Management, a hedge fund based in Chicago. I'm also co-founder and president of Collaborative WIM and co-chair of the CFA Institute Gender Diversity Subcommittee. Today marks a special milestone, our third annual Global Summit, co-hosted by CFA societies across 3 continents. A heartfelt thank you to our dear friends and co-hosts at CFA societies Nashville, Serbia, and Uruguay, marking more than 30 CFA societies globally who have co-hosted a collaborative WIM event. Hundreds of attendees are celebrating with us, either live or via replay from around the world. For those who have journeyed with us, you know how far we've come. As we enter our 5th year together, it's an opportunity to reflect on the adventure we've shared. 4 years ago, Collaborative WIM began as an idea my friends and I discussed from our living rooms during the pandemic. Since then, the passion and energy ignited by this community have shaped Collaborative WIM into a global volunteer-led nonprofit organization, driven by the CFA network and united by a shared mission, advancing and developing female leaders of all backgrounds. A cornerstone of the CWIM family is its remarkable ability to foster unique conversations around important topics, alongside a wide range of initiatives designed to further female leadership in the investment industry. These include the CWIM Ambassadors Program, CWIM Returnships, and the CWIM Connect Global Networking Series, to name a few. Throughout this journey, we've been deeply grateful for the invaluable guidance of our close friends and mentors. A sincere thank you to our CWIM advisors, 4 of whom you'll meet today, our CWIM ambassadors and volunteers, and our sponsors. Your support has been instrumental to our collective success. You'll soon have the pleasure of meeting our incredible board, including CWIM co-founder and Vice President Ariel Batoni, CFA, founder of Good Balance Financial Planning in Los Angeles, CWIM co-founder and board director Christine Tinker, CFA, senior equity portfolio manager at Northern Trust Asset Management in Chicago, and CWIM board secretary Adrian Hughes, CFA, portfolio manager at Regions Bank in Birmingham. Now I'm delighted to pass it over to Ariel to introduce our wonderful co-hosts. We are so excited to connect, collaborate, and celebrate with you.
Thank you, Sarah. I would like to take a moment now to recognize and introduce our incredible host societies for this year's summit. Each of these CFA societies has played an essential role in making this event possible, and we are so grateful for their partnership and dedication to the CWIM community. I'd first like to invite Beth Johnson of CFA Society Nashville to please join me and say a few words.
Thank you so very much. It is an incredible honor to be a part of this. When Sarah asked me to do this 2 years ago, I was walking down the street leaving a client meeting, and I said, yes, whatever it is, yes. What an awesome organization that I was lucky enough to find during the pandemic and then be associated with thereafter. As far as the CFA Society Nashville, I am again honored to be on the board of that organization. We have over 400 CFA charter holders and affiliated members in the Nashville community of mostly greater Middle Tennessee. It turns out we're a hotbed of movement. So if anyone needs to move to where we are, please join us in what we're doing with our mission, which is to help our members be leaders in our community by promoting the value of the CFA designation and facilitating an exchange of ideas and resources, which will ultimately benefit Middle Tennessee. And I think that works hand in glove with what CWIM is doing across the globe. And again, thank you for having us, and we look forward to the event today.
Thank you, Beth. Next, I'd like to invite Natasha Jorovic of CFA Society Serbia to please join me and also say a few words.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello to everyone from my side as well. First of all, on behalf of the CFA Society Serbia, I would like to wish you a warm welcome to this event. We are very proud and honored to co-host the third annual Collaborative WIM Summit alongside with CFA Societies Nashville and Uruguay. We are also proud of our excellent and productive cooperation with the Collaborative WIM. The CFA Society Serbia is very supportive and dedicated to the mutual goal of promoting and increasing diversity in finance and investment world as an important and necessary element for future growth and prosperity of the industry. We recognize that the added value of a more inclusive world is huge. There is a lot of potential that should be unlocked, and this mission should be supported by all of us. With that idea in mind, we have recently started a series of interviews with exceptional ladies from the CFA community, including Collaborative WIM leading team, called Women in the CFA Community Powerful Building Blocks, with an aim to show everyone, from those at the beginning to those at an advanced stages of their careers, a lot of positive and supportive examples and stories that are really inspiring, and to encourage more women to jump into exciting finance and investment world and to connect with each other. We really see all those ladies in Serbia and across the globe in the whole CFA community as truly powerful building blocks. Having said all of that, without any further ado, finally, I would like to wish us all a successful event today with a great opportunity to collaborate and connect in a meaningful way. Enjoy.
Thank you, Natasha. And last but not least, I would like to invite Micaela David of CFA Society Uruguay to also please join me and say a few words.
Hi, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss the important role of women in finance and the progress we have made, specifically in CFA Uruguay. Although the percentage of women in finance in Uruguay remains relatively low, we have been actively working to change this. For instance, we are proud to highlight that our first president in CFA Society Uruguay was a woman, setting an inspiring example to all future generations. And today we also have a female vice president, further reinforcing the vital leadership role that women can and should play in our industry. Currently, women make up to 12% of our memberships, which is a start, but we're really determined to see this number grow. More encouragingly, around 35% of candidates of level 1 of the CFA exams are women, showing a promising increase in female participation. However, this number drops for level 3, highlighting the challenges women face as they advance through the program. To address these challenges, we have organized Women in Finance events to encourage more women to enter the field, as well as mentorship programs specifically designed to support women who want to get involved in investment management. So these initiatives have created like a strong network of professionals who are committed and to guiding and empowering women and the next generation. We recognize that while these steps are positive, we need to do so much more to ensure lasting change. And to achieve that, we're committed to providing even more mentorships, more education, and networking opportunities, so women can not only enter finance, but also thrive and lead in investment management. So thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Micaela. Wonderful. So I'd like to kick things off, and I'm very excited to share that we have a powerful conversation titled Leading with Purpose today. And we will have the privilege of hearing from two incredible leaders who bring unique perspectives to the intersection of leadership, purpose, and sustainability. Joining us for her third time as moderator is one of our CWIM advisors, Marina Sevranovsky. She is head of sustainability for North America at Schroders. Hi, Marina. Marina brings a wealth of knowledge and commitment to sustainable finance, making her an ideal guide for this important discussion. And joining Marina is James Reed, global best-selling author of Red Helicopter. James' incredible journey spans roles as a high school teacher, Harvard Law graduate, private equity investor, and the transformative CEO of Ashley Stewart. His work alongside a primarily Black female employee and customer base redefined business success and inspired countless people, as seen in his TED Talk and popular podcast interview with Brené Brown. James also serves as the John H. Johnson Chair of Entrepreneurship at Howard University and teaches at both MIT Sloan and Duke Law School. So together, Marina and James are going to explore what it truly means to lead with purpose. Just a few logistics. I am noticing the notes in the Q&A. If we are unable to make the chat box open to all, then I'll invite you to use the Q&A box to submit questions to our speakers. But in the meantime, we'll see if tech can fix the chat box. Okay, I won't take any more time. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marina to begin our conversation.
Thank you so much, Ariel. And hi, everyone. Hi, James. I'm so excited for this conversation. As Ariel said, this is my third year doing this. It's always a wonderful dialogue with somebody incredibly impressive, but this is the first time I read a book in advance. And I enjoyed it so much. And we're going to talk about the book. And James tells us that a movie is on the way as well. I encourage everyone not to wait for the movie, though. You should definitely read the book. I wanted to say, though, we talked about kind of leading with purpose. And I think one of the main messages of CWIM generally, and certainly of James in his book, right, is around bringing your real self, your full self, to everything that you do, including to your work. And that's really the only way to be able to lead, kind of as a full human being. And I have had this very personal experience with CWIM. I've mentioned it at prior sort of conferences where when the first time I met the CWIM group and was invited to come and speak, I was almost certain that as every time I'm asked to do something, I was being asked as someone who has a 20-year career in investment banking and institutional asset management. And that's how I showed up. I showed up with all of my armor, right? Sort of figuratively, literally, full makeup. And here I am to sort of be that professional, very, very sort of curated and prepared. And then it became very clear what this organization is about and how we all connect with one another. And it's about actually bringing in that full self. And they were asking me to come and talk, not that me, but all of me. And I felt this sense of tremendous relief. It was like, you have permission to remove that armor. And I remember kind of my shoulders relaxing and saying, I do dozens of events throughout the year. And here's one where I can come and participate as me. And it felt really wonderful. And I felt that way. And there's some of the things I just said, those words were really like literally resonant in James's book about the removal of armor, about kind of letting go a little bit, about feeling freer to be who you are. And bring your whole self and to be vulnerable. There's so many great sort of pieces of the book. I wish I had more than 45 minutes. But anyway, I think one of the great things about something like this that is so powerful is that we all can find so much of ourselves in it. And that's regardless of who you are, where you come from, the differences between you, which I think is the message that a lot of us need right now, is that sort of, we all be in the same place. And there are many concepts that sort of span across all of us as human beings. So very, very excited. James, if I can ask you just, to set the baseline for everybody, just to kind of introduce yourself, the book a little bit, and then I would really love to get into some of these themes.
Sure. Born in the Bronx, grew up on Long Island, son of two Korean immigrant caregivers, pediatrician and nurse, so that's very important. Public school kid, Long Island. First brand I ever encountered was Harvard. I up until then didn't know they were private high schools. That's sort of where I came from. Just a general investor in humanity. After graduating from Harvard, I taught high school, coached sports, ran a dorm. Have always been curious about why people behave certain ways. And I think, spent a lot of time, still do investing in institutional private equity. I think the last thing I would say is, it took me a long time to realize this, my defining lens has been a lot of it just watching my mom, who is unfortunately not with us anymore, but it really used to hurt watching her struggle in this country. And I didn't like it. And so I was sort of her, like, my son won't struggle. It was that sort of thing. And I would always sort of have these arguments with her and say, Mom, I really appreciate it, but what about you? Like, what about your life? And so I didn't realize how much that was a defining and also difficult part of just sort of me being free myself. And then the book is about a period of time in my 40s where I partnered with a group of women that looked nothing like my mother, but inside they shared so many qualities that my mother had. And I was able to really do some things better as a 40-plus-year-old than I did as a teenager. And it's me, the book is really about that. It's understanding what real leadership is as it was embodied by my mother. I still, to this day, have not met a better leader than my mother. And I always say it, no matter where I am.
Yeah, amazing. So I also grew up on Long Island, although I was born in
Oh,
Kiev, Ukraine, and I emigrated with my parents. So I'm a little bit like your older brother in the sense that I was brought to the country when I was 6 years old, but I obviously grew up very American, and they like never will be that way American like I am, like kind of native. And so my father, I'm here in Florida today for my father's 40th birthday, which was yesterday. And then my mother lives near me on Long Island still. And so a lot of, I think the things you talked about in terms of your relationship with your parents, like, you know, a lot of that really resonated with me. One of which, the first one that I wanted to get into, because I know we have a lot of folks on the call who are entrepreneurs, right? They advise their clients, they run their own businesses. Not everybody, but I'm sure many. And I think the immigrant upbringing, or for other folks, you know, non-immigrant upbringing, I think there is a lot of times, especially when we are responsible for ourselves and for others. I think you referenced it in a couple of places in your book, a mindset around scarcity and abundance.
no.
You know, the fear, and again, especially growing up in an immigrant household like you did, like I did, that, you know, like nothing's ever enough, or you're always expecting maybe the other shoe to drop, or what if, like, you know, like things fall apart at any moment. And that fear of uncertainty, again, in people's personal lives, but certainly their professional lives as well, that kind of builds this sort of almost visceral need for safety and predictability, which can obviously hurt our ability to move forward, to kind of progress. And so I wonder, again, you've addressed that, I think, very successfully, and I'd love to hear, I'm sure we would all love to hear, how do we sort of do that going forward ourselves, how we train ourselves to do that, again, in our work lives as well. I think you talked about floating instead of thrashing, which is sort of one idea, is like not fighting so hard, which is hard. It's hard to do when you feel fear or you feel sort of scarcity.
Yeah, so I love that. So let me try to break that down and think about the best way to answer that. So I would say that, so like a lot of like immigration, being an immigrant, there's no higher form of entrepreneurship, right? It's everything. It's not just a job or starting a company new, it's a whole new existence in a different system, like using system dynamics terms, system, different language, different everything. And then it's understandable. It took me a long time to really understand it, why my parents or immigrant parents would want their kids to have more stability, right? That is perfectly understandable. Saying, okay, you're gonna learn English, you're gonna go to some branded school, like take some good major, listen to Bruce Springsteen. I listen to Bruce Springsteen. Root for the Yankees. Just
Billy Joel.
yeah, I love Billy Joel. Just fit in,
Yeah.
you know. And then the irony is that it's a good strategy. It's perfectly understandable. That said, like it sometimes dulls the edge of entrepreneurship in our generation for us, right? So sometimes it's like we are schooled to think that's the path, that this is the rules of the game. And I make an analogy in the book about Monopoly, that it's a linear path, vertical path. You go round and round the board. One, I don't think anyone's life is like that. And particularly for our children, the next generation, entrepreneurship and agility, it's even more at a premium because the pathway is so much less linear. There's so much more uncertainty, unfortunately for them, that this form of entrepreneurship that our parents had, it's even more important if you're able to actually harness the scarcity mindset, which is like you can thrive as an entrepreneur. That change and changing pathways and non-linearity, it's not a necessity, it's by choice. And so in the book, a lot of it's structured life, money, joy, because it's also structured in a way, in a tone way, that it's like survive, which I think like my parents survived. And they really wanted the next money is the next section, which is kind of second gen. It's like, strive, get there, and that has a burden with it, right? I send money back to your parent. Like there's a lot of burdens too. And then the third chapter is joy, and that's like thrive. And so what I'm asking a lot of people in the book is like, is it possible to have stability in certain places, entrepreneurship in other places, and have it be a natural counterpoint? It's like a natural equilibrium. And you know, that's, I think for me, it took a jarring decision, which I'm not recommending everyone take, and we can get into why I did it later, but that's generally how the book is positioned. I'm asking people like linearity is and binaryism is a very dangerous way to view life. It's not actually how nature is structured. It's not natural. Entropy is a very natural equilibrium in nature, right? So it's how do you get comfortable with chaos and not be scared of it, but actually embrace it as a natural thing and to really take advantage of it and have arbitrage doing it.
That leads perfectly into my next question, where you talked about sometimes in our lives and also in leadership, we are, when we make decisions, sometimes we are estranged from direct causality. So we live in environments of ambiguity or unpredictability. Again, I think about the world today in general, and a lot of our sort of professional lives. And as you said, it can lead to kind of despair or hopelessness. And the kind of the way that a lot of people respond to that is they kind of overcompensate by wanting to just have control in the face of this chaos. So I think a lot of the book talked about agency and retaking agency, but doing that without like needing to impose control, and still being able to let go and still being able to be vulnerable to surrender. So, and that actually the ability to do that leads to like secure, like leads to a degree to security rather than insecurity. So I want to speak a little bit more about that, about again this sort of like how you view agency with some of that more fluidity, right, than just really wanting to kind of have control, which obviously in most facets of our life we really can't. It's sort of a fantasy, right?
Yeah, I think that it's a concept. That's one of the reasons why I'm teaching a lot for younger people too, because I realized I learned what agency was in philosophy books and then getting sort of my like face punched in on Wall Street and private equity and saying, what? I mean, agency in order what the way I define in the book and a lot of when you look through the old philosophies and like how it's just making the ability, it's free will, the ability to make informed decisions that are probabilistically what you want them to be for yourself, right? Like it's not complete godlike control of future results. It's like being an investor. You're making rational decisions. You're doing the best you can. You lay the bets down, let them go. And so, as part of agency, what we're not teaching kids, one, we're not teaching them brain science, money, like cog sci, and how the law works, which you need to understand to actually really have control of your actions. We don't teach that. We don't teach statistics to everybody. You need to know statistics. So that's one side. But the second part of it, the emotional side, which I get a lot of, like the Brene Brown podcast, a lot of those listeners are not, they're not investors. They're not CFA level, quants. And so a lot of that need to listen to Brene sometimes is the feeling like you're out of control. Like it doesn't feel good. And so I think that the antidote to this is one is to make sure people understand statistics, finance, accounting, brain science, law, so that they understand what they're actually doing in life to make better decisions for yourself and for others. But the second part of it, emotionally, it has to be in the same spoonful, is to say you do not have complete control. Your life is not an algorithm, which is one of the things that's actually frightening me the most right now, that there is a sliver of thinking in the world that we can actually really almost control humanity, like control people. And people, I think the most beautiful parts of my life and my friendships, it's the irrational. It's it's the highly unpredictable, right? It's the serendipitous. And these are the things that over time, as you get older, you realize that they're the loveliest things and the most beautiful things in the world. And it goes ditto for the way I invest money. A lot of the brands and most successful outcomes I've had, no matter how much I put a 500 investment page deck together, built the perfect Excel model, right? Hired the best researchers and consultants to help me. A lot of the best outcomes have been rather serendipitous.
Yeah.
You just don't know, right? But you have to surround yourself and give yourself a lot of optionality and surround yourself with great people. Because when you're around great people and you comport yourself in the right way, lo and behold, serendipity emerges. So I don't really think serendipity is that serendipitous. If you live intentionally, a lot of quote luck sort of falls your way.
That's so interesting to explore as a concept. I'd love to do that. One thing, again, very resonant for me with the book, and we are such an international group here, right? We just heard from all the kind of different CFA societies. We're all dialing in from different parts of the world. You know, one thing that, again, kind of struck me is like listening to, I don't want to say like ancient wisdom, but but things that we intuitively know, that the people around the world and their different cultures and societies intuitively know. I mean, the kind of organizing principle of your book is the red helicopter, which please speak about that. But it's, you know, it's about kindness, right? It's about like the things we know are right and wrong when we're children. And then as we grow up, a lot of times we build other things around ourselves. Society builds other sort of value systems around us. And so all of a sudden you can't hear those things anymore. And one thing that I love, because the Korean culture is newer to me, like I said, I'm from the former Soviet Union, we've got our own versions, right? You talked about things like Han and Zhong, right? You talked about Nunchi, and some of this is just, they're like words that exist in other cultures too to describe some of it. You're talking about emotion, fears, and joy and love and intuition and instinct. And so, like, we just love to hear again that we all have some element of that in our lives. How do we hear it better? But if you can describe some of it for you, and then we can try to connect it, you know, to what we all individually experience, our own lived experience.
I mean, you saw that the book's opening quote is from Tolstoy. So I have a lot of
There you go.
friends from the former Soviet Union who culturally and that it's very resonant with them,
Yeah,
right? There's
very.
a richness in both math and music, and
Mhm.
there's a bittersweetness to things. It's not toxic optimism. Sometimes more bitterness, but like sometimes, right? But you know, I would say that in particularly in American culture, there is a bit of a penchant for more sort of like, why aren't you optimistic, right? Toxic. It's a little bit like this, and I'm infusing some other cultures into American culture in this book. So yeah, like for me, you know, and maybe those watching, just to sort of preview a little bit or just give you context of the story. So I was 42 and I was a private equity guy in Boston. And let's also talk about this as investors and people and situations. I was perceived because of my background, I think my gender, also the way I look, that I was a private equity quant who went to Harvard Law School. Like, so I'm like corporate guy, this. For those people who really know me, and I'm a musician. Like, I'm an artist, right? And so I view investing very much as an art form, and like math for me, music is math. And that's sort of it's been very hard for me to convey that persona in United States finance, right? So I am not a woman, right? My mother had a hard time conveying herself. She was immediately judged based on her appearance and her accent. It was immediate, and that's how our brains work, and that's what Kahneman writes about, right? He's like, people do not pause. So I was tired too. And so at 42, when my dad was dying and I had three kids, and I'm reflecting a lot of things, I'm married to a science wife. Yeah, there was a business called Ashley Stewart, and it on the surface of it, it was a failed business, twice bankrupt, no Wi-Fi, laughingstock business selling clothes to predominantly black women in this country. And no one would pause to sort of see what that is. And like for me, it helped. I think that I was going through a personal crisis with my dad, and I really paused. I'm like, I think these women remind me a lot of my mom. Like, they do everything. They create so many positive externalities at work in their life. A lot of them are single mothers. No one gives them any, they're not valued. They're not valued societally. They're not valued in the financial statements. And having been now sort of part of the financial system, I knew what was valued and what was talked about on golf courses. I mean, come on, let's be really frank about this. So that opening, that sort of reckoning, I had a moment, like in the Matrix terms, it would be like taking the red pill. I just was like, what is going on? Like I couldn't look the other way. I just and there were parts of me, and you know this in the book, I wanted to. I just couldn't. And so once I did that, and then I saw things, and so yeah, so like the red helicopter was, I don't want to spoil the story, but it's basically a symbol. It's a prime for me that was a red helicopter, and I'm asking the reader, what's yours? to sort of wake up. Like, not everything is good and bad, left and right, red and blue, profitable, not for profitable. And when you get to that mindset, you realize that accounting, it's completely man-made convention. Double entry accounting is made up. It doesn't measure so many things that create value in businesses or in your personal life. And so I liberated myself from GAAP. And once I did that, I was like, oh, how do I devise a system and then measure it quantitatively that shows the actual value of this business that's being created by these women in the way that they want to have it be done? So that ability to sort of like embrace the and the both, the sad and the happy, because I was very sad, I was very lonely. And then I got lucky during that time. The women, Black women who reminded me of my mom, they were the first group of people since I went to Harvard who actually judged me correctly, right? And they knew, you're not Black, you're not female, you dress like crap, I'm not fashionable, and you've never been CEO, but like, you are the right guy to do this, and we can feel it, and we know it. And so it was very liberating from that perspective for me to remind myself what true friendship is. Like, that relationships are not transactional. And like, we know sometimes that can be professionally, and it doesn't feel good. It takes a toll after a while. And I just said to myself, I'm not losing any of the sophistication of any of my training, but if I'm able to combine this sort of just very humanistic, childlike, more science, like just innocence, it actually made what I knew even more powerful, because I was able to do things that other people couldn't see. And it was really with a really good intention. Like, I really wanted these women to win. Like, it was just, there was no way these women weren't going to win. And toward the end of the book, I think you know that it was my way to say thank you to my mom too.
Yeah. So I love that. It's sort of this combination to me of what you talk about, this knowledge, right? You have built a whole sphere of knowledge, and you're obviously advocating that others do too, and also kind of pattern recognition that comes from being able to have that knowledge. You talk about fractals as sort
Yes.
of patterns in nature. So I'd love to hear that kind of an application to,
Yeah.
let's say, this world. But that combined with what at least I've been articulating as sort of intuition or instinct, or like things that you really,
Yes.
we know them deep down, we individually know them, our societies and cultures know them, but sometimes we're just not attuned, we're not listening. And so it's the nexus of those two things that is really powerful.
Well, I think that particularly during times of massive transition,
Yeah.
inflection, and transformation, which we are living in, right? Like, in every way, geopolitically, every way, economically, politically, everything. And it's once every 80, 90 years. This happens. And most of my non-American friends are like, duh. We live through this all the time. But we are living through this right now. It's natural. During these times, it is, I think, wise to remind yourself that some of the most inventive, wisest, quote, smartest people that we, in our lexicon, Einstein, Da Vinci, they praised the wisdom of intuition. Like, intuition is what starts scientific processes, creative processes. It's a hunch, right? It's taking a pattern like a fractal, like these small patterns, and extending it much further and saying, maybe it's this, when other people can't see that. As investors, we should all be looking for CEOs and opportunities like that, right? Because you're supposed to invest in the future, right? Accounting is a historical just portrait, right? So, and I think it's also fair to say that intuition, which is the highest form of genius, I think a lot of women get penalized historically, and they are told, particularly in America, I think, that deduction, deduction, deduction. Deduction is really important, but deduction is actually a backup for intuition. And so I think women's intuition, you hear that a lot, it gets suppressed, actually. I've seen it happen in my professional settings, right? So if you think about the Ashley Stewart story, I had an intuition that this business was much more than selling clothes, much more. And the women that I worked with, predominantly Black, had an intuition that this odd-looking guy really might be the right CEO for this company at that time. And so that's that's what I would encourage everyone. Right now, we are in a system of real, it can be debilitating fear of change, but just accepting the fact that systems are shifting right now. And during times of massive change, old ways, they don't always work, right? So like you have to sort of unleash your intuition and dream a little bit. You have to imagine. That's why there's so much literature on having hobbies and friends and things that this third leg of your life have nothing to do with your family, nothing to do with your work, that are purely things just for fun. And it's very clear literature that fun and imagination, it unleashes new ideas. And in addition to sort of giving you a break from just stress, I think it's going to make you a quote more effective investor or more effective professional. So yeah.
Yeah. So let's dig a little bit deeper into the things that you did as CEO. And again, I was so impressed by this. You talked about obviously years of work, I'm sure like backbreaking, right? All hours type of labor. And again, when we talk about intuition, there were things that you, I guess, pulled out that you focused on as a CEO that clearly made a really big difference. And just some examples, for the folks who are listening, one of them was employee safety. One I thought was so powerful was the willingness for employees to have female employees to feel comfortable having children. Like how many women are getting pregnant, having kids, because that's like implicitly their vote on the future, right? Themselves and business. You had a CEO's award, right, for employees that wasn't sales based. It was sort of focused on relationship and community. And again, like what else, how else you're growing, not how else, but how you're growing value in a more holistic way. And then the concept of finding Ashley Stewart, that initiative of, again, like finding that, like that culture, that meaning, right, that the company stands for. So a lot of it, I think, it was like you seeing all the different things that one could measure, right, or focus on or try to improve. Give us a sense of how you found, maybe with some intuition and some pattern recognition, like what were those areas that would make the most difference
Sure.
to success the business? Yeah.
So one, remember unleashing yourself from gap. We're all a lot of finance people on this phone call, right? And it's very important because that is one way of communicating results, but it is one way. You know many different other ways, like when you're in your personal lives and just with your family, you know the other ways. And so, yeah, my goal was these women, I wanted them to win on their own terms. Like it, period. I've always wanted my mom to win on her own terms, period. And so I said, okay, what's one way? So I said one. So you brought up, I'll go through them in order, babies. So I said, okay, if I'm going to be an owner and CEO of a business for women that are not, that are size 12 and up and that are of color. So let's talk about there's like in reality, three strikes, right? Life is not easy for that demographic. Female, plus size, of color, and moderate income. So four. This didn't get a lot of love from the capital markets or the press. So I just said, what's one way to sort of like really prove that I'm doing a good job? Like, great, we can make a lot of money. At what expense? If they're miserable, like I'm not doing this to make my colleagues miserable. I want them to thrive. So I said, well, how come no one's having babies? And we know intuitively what the answer is. Not secure, the policies are terrible. Let's talk about reality. Oh, our colleague's pregnant. Oh, come on. Like we know that. And so I just changed everything. I said, no, we want to encourage, if you want to have a family, we want you to have kids. To do that, it took changing 15, 20 things, but just like 5% each. An extra week or two here, an extra week or two here with paternity leave too, right? Training, redundancy training. It was also just completely changing the cognitive context of the word pregnancy. So if someone was pregnant, we would say, that's freaking awesome. You're just completely disassociating things. You take it for granted and say, oh, everyone wants our colleague. No, like, no. So that's number one, I'm pregnant. There are many examples of that. Number two, you said worker safety. I said, yeah. Okay, like we're gonna get all the numbers right and all this stuff, but you can't come to work and get hurt. And people say, yeah, we know. I said, no, I really want you to hear me. You can't come here and get hurt. And if you get hurt, I am a terrible CEO. I don't care if it's physical or mental or emotional. Like, I'm terrible. And in the book, I'm not going to spoil, there are all these stories of my parents just chastising America and saying, really? Like, you would do this to children? And so I just said, you can't, I don't want you to be hurt here. And it sounds simple, but then to execute it, I track things like healthcare and workers' comp insurance, like actuarial data. That was the measurement, non-GAAP, because I wanted to see if behavior was really changing, right? And so the whole company, we infused like literally behavioral science, and then we had the financials would be sort of the receptacle for all the improvements we had in humans behaving. And so these are the things, and the other thing mentally too, like in terms of compensation, I backed it up. Yeah. There are all sorts of measurements. We know intuitively what a great teammate is. We know what a great colleague is. Oftentimes the best colleagues are the ones that never shoot the ball. Like they don't score the goal. And I mentioned in the book, but when they're on the ice or when they're on the field, the team wins. And so I came up with measurements that found those people, and I rewarded them with promotions, raises. And by the way, would it shock you intuitively to know that almost every single one of those at the corporate level were women? Because we know that, right? That's the COO title, that sort of dilemma. We know that women are asked to do like 8 to 10 things. They generally are holding everything together, right? But because it's not a line job, it's not the line revenue responsibility, the importance of it's diminished. And I just said, no, thank you. I said, we all know, if intuitively know it's the most important thing, then those people will be compensated the most, period. Right? And so these are all the fallacies that have been taught in business schools, frankly, for 30 or 40 years. And it's getting unwound right now. Like the whole Jack Welch School of Leadership is getting unwound. And, I was just on Francis Fry's podcast, HBS TED, and it's professors like that that are leading the charge and saying, these are just conventions. You have to change the narrative and trust your intuition of what creates value and then back it up.
You talked about leaders as conductors, right? Leaders as folks who kind of unlock the potential in others, right? So that's, I think, very powerful. So what you just touched on, I think, is the way we are changing as a society, individually, collectively, kind of how we view, everything, like what it means to grow value, what it means for, a corporate, how a business runs, what it means for us as investors, how we sort of access and create value, leadership. And I think a big one is this sort of idea of shareholder supremacy versus stakeholder, right? Thinking about people and planet and the common good. You talk about kind of social plus financial capital. You talk in your book about measuring externalities, right? Things that are not directly measured, but they're either kind of positive or negative effects, right? That a business or an investment can have on the world. Selfishly, this is the way that we see sustainability. And I'm obviously the head of sustainability in a very large organization. And I know that sometimes because ESG, the kind of acronym of environment, social, and governance, that it sort of for a time became the way that we shorthand applied the idea of sustainability and kind of broader stakeholder assessment, kind of developed a bad reputation. I think it's actually great, like going back to that underneath, like what is it that we're trying to see, which is not just whether something creates value or whether a business is growing, but how. Right? How is that happening? And what are, again, these sort of unaccounted for externalities, for example? I think, you call almost what I think of sustainability or durability, or again, the kind of minimizing of those externalities, you call it kindness in math, which I think is actually maybe as good or better, right? Than that, but it's that greater value to stakeholders and to society. So I wonder if you can comment on that kind of over the course of your career, to the extent that you're seeing just a mind shift. And again, as investors, how we should think about that when we, choose investments for our clients and think about how to grow value.
Sure. So kindness, and I'm not going to go into too much depth. It's a very misunderstood term, right? So the most prolific writers about kindness were letters between Rousseau and Adam Smith. So the founders of like modern day concepts, which were very heretical back then in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, of liberty and free markets, these were new concepts. They wrote about secular kindness. So what kindness really is when you're investing in someone else's agency as a human. It's not a transactional investment. It's an investment in someone to make better, so they can make better decisions for themselves, right? And as part of that too, it's not unharnessed. You're creating, when you invest in someone, you are creating a positive externality. That's why teachers create a lot of positive externalities, right? Primary care physicians, a lot of positive externalities. By the way, both jobs are getting completely pummeled, which is not a coincidence. So that's kindness, so humanity. And then math is, I said math because it's just different from finance and accounting. Math is a science. Like we discover math. There's 2 plus 2 is 4, even if there are no humans on the planet. It's physics. And so it's both those two things. It's things that are intuitive and that transcend man-made convention. It's just a higher order. And I think a lot of what's, you said it earlier, is very perceptive. A lot of the book, it's not that particularly original. Maybe there's some originality in the way I present it, but these are old wisdoms from so many cultures. We know what the right thing is, and we're forgetting. So that's the order. And so, like what I've tried to do in my investment life, both when I'm, in passive investing, active investing, or as the CEO of something, I try to identify those who create positive externalities generally and reward it. And then those who create negative externalities, so many, that even though that the government is not taxing them, they are creating negative externalities. I mean, like, let's look at the entire social media industry.
Yeah.
Who is going to pay the tax for the fact that our children are suffering? And these are going to be the leaders 20, 30 years from now, right? Who's going to pay for the fact that they're suffering so much that being a parent has been now labeled as it's a national health concern.
Mm.
It's both parents, but let's be very real about this. Who's going to pay for that? Over index, it will be women. And it is women. And you can see it in the data in terms of women taking a step back, some of the strides that were made in terms of the various measurements. They've declined since COVID. And it's not that hard to decipher what's going on. The negative externalities that are getting created, generally speaking, the people who are paying for those, the tax, they tend to be caregivers, right? They tend to be creatives, and they tend to be women. So
yeah.
that's how I'm directing my activities. I'm trying to really call out those who create negative externalities and saying, I don't care if there's not a government tax. Why don't we just adjust your P&L correctly? You create bad will. So we should be putting a huge present valued liability on your balance sheet, and it should hit earnings. Like it should.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm doing. And then people who create positive externalities, red helicopter, everything I'm doing is intended to also just sort of, one, give a hug and saying, I know I know you're doing these things. And number two, I'm again trying to quantify it and saying, why aren't you rewarding these people more? I don't understand. If you're being mathematically honest, you have to.
Yeah, I think that broader view of, again, kind of stakeholder value, that broader view of negative externalities, we actually measure those at Schroders for our investments, but we do have to think in practical terms about how those come back to a company. And part of that is regulation and it is policy, but that's advocating with regulators and policymakers for that. And then part of it is just the expectations of society, which start with individuals like you, but then it becomes collective, right? We sort of say, we expect better, right? As investors, because we're not going to keep not counting this, because as you say, someone is paying. And so you have to, over time, it does have to sort of crystallize back to the creator. Yes. So I think, I'm optimistic. I think that, the younger generations, investors who are coming up, that we're just going to have different expectations of, again, who should be shouldering these burdens. And that's, I think as investors, we should be advocating for that. I know
sometimes it shows up too. I'm sorry. Sometimes it shows up too. Like you're right? I mean, it's very sensitive these days. Like at some point, if policy or whatever never shows up, then it doesn't hit your P&L. Where it also can show up if consumers really are aware It's just your revenues decline because people don't want to buy your stuff anymore.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
it, right? And that's an important thing, that the younger people really are much more sophisticated than we are. And
Yeah.
I'm proud
So
of them.
that's optimistic. That's like a hopeful piece. Yeah, wonderful. I know we're running down kind of close to time, so I want to be respectful. One thing that I really wanted to ask about, again, on behalf of kind of everybody listening, right? That it was really powerful. You talked about kind of where some of your courage comes from, this kind of like everything will be ultimately okay. And you talked about it as that connection with your mother, right? That stability. You said almost, I always knew that I could just go and sit with her and she would say, everything's going to be fine. And that's your anchor. For folks who don't necessarily have a relationship like that in their lives, you can feel much more unmoored, right? And you don't have that sort of stability to build around. Any advice, I guess, for how you try to build for yourself, whether it's in your work life, your personal life? Obviously, you don't have to separate the two, but how do we sort of build for ourselves that baseline, I guess, feeling of stability that then allows you to be more courageous, to be more vulnerable, to do all the things that you're talking about in your book?
Well, I think number one, so I can empathize with those who don't have that relationship that I had with my mom, because as you know, I took a year off after my mom died in 3 weeks. So I just, I was without it. And it was,
Mm.
yeah, it wasn't a great feeling. And so I was completely unmoored. That's number one. It's like, so for those who don't have, so for those who have that or have an inkling that there's someone like that, please invest a lot of time in that relationship. Like, just spend more time with that person. Like, that's number one. I wish I had spent more time with my mom and my dad. I really do. I spent a lot toward the end, but it was hard. Number two, you heard when, NVIDIA, Jensen said, he hires people, this is at Stanford, that who've suffered. And I do too. I associate with people. It's not unnecessary suffering, but just to sort of come from the vantage point of saying life is really, it is hard. Like, it's not meant to be, unfortunately, always happy. It's sad. There's a lot of loss, and I wish that we did a better job preparing kids for that. There's loss, and so it's not meant to be morbid. It's more just realistic about the bittersweetness in a lot of Eastern cultures. There's a bittersweetness to things. So sometimes when your expectations are lower, you're coming at it from a different mental state where everything you're getting is joyful versus that feeling of loss. So I'll give you a quick example with this. A year or two after I was at Ashley Stewart, and we pulled off, it's an unprecedented transformation, right? It's just, and we finally had enough money for a summer picnic. And so my assistant was watching me eat a creamsicle, and she goes, "You look so happy." And I'm like, "Yeah, Gina, because last year we could only afford the fudgesicle, but this year we have the creamsicle too." And she looked at me and said, "It doesn't take much for you to be happy." And I said, "No, it's the wrong word. I'm joyful. This is really coming from an intrinsic place. Like, I'm just less and less in need of extrinsic validation of things. Like, it's coming from a place of just serenity. Like, I want to create really good things for a lot of people. And I'm really embracing the old high school teacher in me, who also happens to be a financier. I used to be embarrassed about being a high school teacher, but I'm not. Like, I'm like, why would I be embarrassed about
Mm.
that? So those are some things I would give advice. And we all know all the longitudinal studies on relationships. I mean, this
Yeah.
organization, one of the reasons why I sort of, when Sarah said, I said, of course, like this, I wish I had something like this. I didn't have this ever
Yeah.
in any of my professional, like the young Asian American Boston Private Equity Club didn't exist. Like the young want to be a musician, but you're managing money, or didn't have it. And so these type of organizations, they're critical, like to have that. So that's my advice.
Yeah. And on that note, so and I'll call out, it was actually a comment about your book that I thought was really fantastic. And again, maybe we end on that point. It's not really a question, but I'll let you have the last word. After all, you wrote the book. But it's talking about, because we're all here, this group of women is a very motivated group, right? Highly educated, credentialed, working very hard. So it's not about not striving, right? It's about striving in a better way. This is what the kind of reviewer, the commenter said, striving in a way that actually includes your own deep values at the center of that effort, right? Rather than trying to put them away and thinking that they're a hindrance and that you have to kind of work around those values, right? So that I thought was very powerful. And just, again, a different way to move forward. We can think about values applied, again, to businesses, values to kind of investment, and then ourselves, right? So we're striving, you're working just as hard as before, but you're working in a better way because it aligns with your deep values. And that, I think, is where, you don't, you can potentially bring yourself more joy, more calm, more stability, or all those things that, that we are all looking for, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a thrive state. It's getting to a point where, for me, like kindness, do I create positive externalities for humanity? Check. Is it mathematically correct? Like, it can't be unsustainable.
Of course.
True, right? That's two things. And then for me, the other thing is like everything I'm doing these days. I mean, I said this at the end of the book, when in my mom's funeral, like I made a commitment. This is what I'm doing. And so, and when you make a commitment like that, when it's coming from it's coming from a very deep place for me. You have a lot of courage and you're relentless. And I felt this way, the women at Ashley Stewart, I'm a very flawed person. We all are. But for 7 years, those women got about as good a version as I possibly can be for those 7 years. And once you are in that state, I never want to not be that man again. Why would I want to not? Once you experience that state of how you can be, I'm not going to tolerate myself not being that person. So that's how I'm leading. I'm leading myself and then encouraging people to sort of do it for themselves. And that is the art of agency. I'm not telling people what to do. That's why the book is not written in some classic business school book. Here are the 5 things to do to. I refuse to condescend to people like that. It's ridiculous. It's like, here's an example. What do you think? And by the way, you sort of have to know the basics of finance, legal, and cog sci neuroscience. Like, you have to know this and some philosophy. But then you make a decision. And if you can check the box of kindness, math, like it's a good start. And we can disagree on so many other things. But those 2 things, like it's very difficult to have a conversation if you don't agree on those 2 things. It's kind of entry level for me. It's table stakes.
Thank you so much, James. This has been just fantastic for me and hopefully for everybody listening, just a lot to learn from and to take in. And again, the book is there. I really loved it. Ariel, I guess I'm throwing to you next because we have another part of this session, right, before we move on.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you both for such an insightful opening discussion for this year's Global Summit.
Those were good questions. I was like, I had to bring my A game for that. Those are really very, very well thought out questions. So thank you
so much, James.
Wonderful. Well, we do have a special treat. So we are going to have about a 5-minute break before our next session begins. But James, I know that you have a song that you'd like to share with the attendees. So if you do need to, take a quick break, you have some beautiful music to listen to in the meantime, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes with our next session.
Sure. I'm going to play for you. It's an original piece I did with Chad Cannon. The book is actually structured as a piece of music. The book is in 3 parts with a bridge. It's written in E flat major. It just is music theory in the book. Music is a way to convey complex things, and it's the ultimate language of humanity, right? So that's what music is. And so you're going to hear a song. It's called Arirang Amazing Grace. Arirang is basically the Korean national anthem. It's my mom. And Amazing Grace, it's everyone I think knows Amazing Grace, but it's a very important song, particularly in the Black community. So you're going to hear the women of Ashley Stewart singing Amazing Grace, my mom singing Arirang, and them encouraging me to be a better person. And so that's what this song is, and it captures the emotions of the book. So here you go.
Thank you.
Let me share the screen so you can see it too, and here we go. This is Arirang. So just warning, bring your calculator when you read the book, but also bring a box of tissues. Just, just saying.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that very special moment to close out. So again, thanks so much for your time, James.
Okay, thank you.
I
Bye.
second the box of tissues. Honest to God, I'm barely a crier, but I second it. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you
It's fun,
all.
Marina. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, we've got just a couple minutes before the next section starts up. And with that, I'm going to invite Christine, do you want to join me up here to announce the next session?
Hello, everyone. My name is Christine Tinker, another co-founder of Collaborative WIM. We're so happy you joined us today, and I'm thrilled to kick off this next session and introduce you to Catherine Valentine, whose work aligns with the mission of CWIM and whose talents and accomplishments we greatly admire. Catherine is the CEO of Worthmore Strategies, where she helps organizations advance female talent. A top-rated speaker, her clients include companies like JP Morgan, KPMG, and Bain, and her work has been featured in the Harvard Business Review, the Wall Street Journal, and Fast Company. Catherine started her career at McKinsey & Company, where she became one of their youngest industry advisors. She lives in Atlanta with her husband and her 2 sons, who she says puts her leadership skills to the test every day. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us today for our Empower Hour session and teaching us how to successfully negotiate as women. With that, I will hand it over to you.
Christine, thank you so much for the introduction and for the opportunity to be here. Just, can you see my screen okay? Yeah, okay. This is, unlike James, who's just compelling in and of himself, this is very much like a research heavy presentation. So I want to make sure that you can see the slides. As she mentioned, my name is Catherine Valentine. I use research to help advance women. So up to this point, most business skills have been taught through a male lens. However, we now have a plethora of research showing that many of the critical business skills, so think about negotiating, networking, productivity, career advancement strategies, are actually different for women. Today, we get to talk about the skill that I've been researching the longest, for almost a decade now, and I would argue has the biggest gap between commonly given advice and what we know actually works for women, and that's negotiating. I'm going to start by sharing a story that I hope to never have to relive. So this is me at 25. I was an MBA student with a summer internship at a Fortune 50 company, which is essentially a 3-month-long job interview. So no pressure. I was lucky. I was crushing it. Like, I was doing a great job. I was the first intern in their history to ever finish their summer project in less than a month. My manager was totally blown away. And at that point in time, I decided that my best move would be to negotiate to be placed on another team midway through the program, because then at the end of the summer, I hoped that there would be twice as many people that could vouch for me. And that's how I was going to get this job that I so desperately wanted. So I came to this decision on a Friday. I canceled my plans for the weekend, this will date me. I drove straight to the Barnes and Noble, bought all the books they had on negotiating. I underlined and highlighted them. I went home and I Googled how to negotiate. And with all of that, I then scripted out exactly what I was going to say based on expert advice. And then I practiced it endlessly. I've never been accused of underpreparing. I tend to do too much preparation. But anyway, Monday morning arrived and I went into the coordinator's office ready to negotiate just like the experts told me to. The meeting started at 10 o'clock. By 10:05, I had inadvertently managed to offend the coordinator. By 10:10, I was being told that I was no longer a culture fit. We all know what that means. I wasn't going to get that job. And if I wasn't going to get the job, I couldn't continue the internship. I needed to go find a job to pay the bills. And so we parted ways. And per company protocol, I was escorted out of the building by security. Yikes. What just happened? My head was spinning. it turns out I went back to Northwestern and I spent the next year studying how to negotiate specifically as a woman. You know, what is the role that gender plays in negotiation? And it turns out that I had completely accidentally violated the gender norms of negotiating. And as a result, I derailed my career in less time than it takes to get a latte. When I was studying this for a year, I learned three things. One, negotiation is gendered. What my brother says and what I say lands differently. Two, most of the information out there, including that's given by negotiation experts, is actually wrong for women. And three, there's a solution. There's a solution that has been proven by academics at the top universities in the world. And today I get to share that with you. My goal in the next 40 or so minutes is to change your life. Let's get started. So in the chat box, I'd love to hear, when you hear the word negotiation, what items come to mind? Not what feelings, but what do you think someone's asking for? So maybe you picture something like this. What do you think she might be negotiating? I'm going to flip to the chat box and see what you're saying. Okay, I see money, a better deal, more money, job. Oh, someone had a really good pay, promotion, title. Someone had a really good list here. Benefits, pay, flexibility, and roles. Nice job, Christina. Promotion. And we have a couple more pays in there. So what I want to say right now is if you're like 82% of our audiences, you're thinking about money or salary. That's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what you can negotiate. So this is an abbreviated list of about 40 things we've seen women successfully negotiate. The complete list, we update it every time we learn something new. The complete list is about 76 items now, and I'll give you a link at the end where you can download that if it's helpful to you. It's free. But we found that we actually could no longer fit all 76 on a slide that was in any way readable. And so we took just 40 here. Because we're talking about negotiating as a woman, there's a few items with gender differences that I want to point out just so that you're aware of them. We're all familiar with the gender wage gap. It's about 20%. That's actually dwarfed by the gender gap in stock options. On average, men get $105,000 in stock options and women get 26. That's about an 80% gender gap. That's further compounded by the fact that 25% fewer women are given stock options at all. The gender gap in equity is about 20 to 40%, depending on what source you're looking at. The gender gap in team size, this came out last year. It's research by Laura Cray at Berkeley, showing that women are being given team sizes smaller than comparable males to achieve the same output. And actually, so first rung managers were being given team sizes that were about 25% smaller than comparable males. And it gets worse as you advance in your career, such that executive women are being given team sizes that are 40% less than comparable men. Another thing I want to point to, which this is more just an interesting way to think about negotiation, is we know that information still travels through historical sources of power, right? So white, cis, hetero men, mostly. I worked with a woman a few years ago who decided to use a negotiation to interrupt that gender gap. And what she did, she was on an account team. So her job was, once the sales team landed the account, her job was to nurture and grow the account. And what she ended up doing was negotiating to be in the weekly sales team meeting. And as a result of that, she ended up getting 6 more weeks of information on clients before they hit her desk. So before they even hit her desk, she knew why they were leaving their previous vendor, certain communication styles, what the sales team had promised them that she needed to make sure was delivered on, all of that information that before she hadn't been able to access. So I share this to say that when you're negotiating, if you aren't thinking broader than just team pay, you're leaving about 80% of the value on the table. Salary is just the tip of when we think about, how impactful this skill can be. So what I want to do here is take a few minutes to talk about why you should negotiate, right? This can be such a stressful thing to go through. What are the benefits of it? There are 4 that I want to talk about. One is that it can increase your professional success. So this is Pepita. I worked with her a few years ago. But one of the questions that I ask when we're thinking about what to negotiate is what can help you deliver more impact? And when I asked that question, Pepita lit up. And what she said was that she had a decade of experience in strategy, but the job that she was currently in was one rung below where strategy was being set at this employer. So she was sort of like the head of execution. And so what she ended up doing was negotiating to be in the room for those strategic discussions. And all of a sudden, she could exercise this very strong muscle that she had built, and the company could see what she was capable of. As a result of that, her career completely took off. The number of departments reporting into her doubled in a year. She's been promoted twice since then. But what we see is this almost this virtuous cycle that happens once you start to negotiate, which is that you negotiate for more opportunity and support, which allows you to deliver more impact. And when you deliver more impact, you're in a very good position to negotiate for more opportunity and support. So you can see careers really have this inflection point once people harness the power of these conversations. The second benefit of negotiating is that it can improve your well-being. So this is Lauren. She works at a top consulting firm. When I met her, she was experiencing all the signs of burnout and realized that despite being a lifelong swimmer, she hadn't actually stepped foot in the pool in the 3 years that she'd been with this company. And so she did some research and she found a master swim team in her area and discovered that they only met on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at noon, which is almost laughable for most working professionals. However, she also knew that if she didn't start taking care of herself, she was going to end up leaving the company anyway. So she took a chance and she negotiated to be offline between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. 3 days a week. It's been 8 years since that negotiation. Lauren is still at the firm. She's still a top performer. And she mostly is still on the water. She says she averages twice a week. This is her after an open water swim. The third benefit of negotiating, and I think this one, the media has done a really good job of creating awareness around this, is that it impacts your financial future. So the stat that's most often tossed out there is one by Linda Babcock, showing that negotiating allows you to retire with an additional $1 million in the bank. Now, obviously, as analytical people, that is highly sensitive to what you make and when you start. So Margaret Neal at Stanford conducted a different analysis showing that choosing not to negotiate was equivalent to having to work an additional 8 years to retire with the same wealth. The fourth and final, I would say, large benefit of negotiating is that, and this one has really like taken the research community by storm, equipping women with gender-specific negotiation skills, which is what we're going to do today, has been shown to significantly increase the chances that women remain in the workforce. So this really came to the forefront during COVID when 3.5 million women dropped out of the workforce, because that allowed researchers to see the pods that had been equipped with these tools. They had a much higher retention rate than the ones that hadn't. Now, I'd argue this insight shouldn't be shocking. Most women know what we need to be successful. We just haven't necessarily been equipped to make that ask in a way that doesn't ignite backlash, which we're going to talk about in a second. We actually, my company did a program for a major accounting firm, and they saw a 50% reduction in intent to leave once women were given the tools to have these conversations, which is very similar to the tools you're going to be given today. So that's the benefits of negotiating. I want to take just a second to talk about what has historically held women back when we think about workplace negotiations. And I would argue it's easiest to tell it through a story. So this is Anita. Her company hired me a couple of years ago because they were having a hard time keeping female talent. And when I spoke with her, I expected to have to lead her through a series of questions to uncover what items she could negotiate that would make a difference to her. Instead, when I sat down with her, she just immediately rattled off what she needed. Anita wanted a higher title, increased compensation, and additional team members. My question to you is, if Anita knew exactly what she wanted, why hadn't she already asked for it? Another way to think about it is, if there was a time that you wanted to ask for something in the past but decided not to, what caused you not to have that conversation? I'm going to flip to the chat box and see what people are saying here because it helps me tailor the rest of the information to what would be most helpful to you. There we go. Kelly says fear. I agree. Not believing that she could get it. Good one. Fear of losing my job. Adrian, that's actually not as common, but it does. I heard a story. Actually, I had somebody come to me last week who had a negotiation. It didn't go. She ended up finding me online because she wanted to understand what happened. She had a negotiation. It didn't go particularly well. And the next day, she was told that her job was being eliminated. It's not, I think some people think that's very common. It's not as common, but I'm shocked at how often we still see it. Fear of strong pushback, being rejected, fear that I would no longer be taken seriously, ensuing conflict. Yes, all of these actually. So the vast majority of women I talk with, the barrier that has prevented them from negotiating is fear of backlash. And you'll hear that when people say, fear of hearing no, fear of being rejected, fear that they will fire me, that they won't promote me, things like that. I want to be very, very clear. Please hear me when I say this. This is a real fear. If anyone ever told you this is just in your head, please don't take negotiation advice from them. Research has proven time and time again that there is a disproportionate risk for women in traditional workplaces. I'm going to tell you how to fix that. But that is very much a risk that without having certain strategies, we do face. What I'd like to do now is take a few minutes to share where that risk of backlash comes from so that when you feel it, when your spidey sense goes off, you can make an informed decision on whether or not you'd like to move forward. So there's two parts to this puzzle. The first is that women are primed from childhood to put others first. There are toy coding studies that go back to the 1970s, and they've been repeated about every 5 years since, where researchers go into the homes of children and they look at the toys children are being given to play with. And they continue to find disproportionately that young boys are being given toys that teach agency. You build your block tower, you knock it down, you exert your power on the world around you. Whereas young girls continue to be given toys that teach reactivity. Your baby doll cries, you give it a bottle. Nana's thirsty, you make her tea in your toy kitchen. I was raised this way. I would argue that net, I'm actually glad that I was raised this way, but it is part of where backlash comes from. We also know from research that babies as young as 18 months old can recognize a gender appropriate behavior, and they react with fear when the rules aren't followed. That's how culturally embedded these concepts of gender are. Now, we all know the gender's not actually binary. However, most of the research still focuses on male and female, and the societal rules tend to follow that framing. So that's how I'm going to talk about it here when I'm talking about the research. The second piece of this puzzle is that society overwhelmingly views negotiations as a battle to be won. As you can see, that is an environment that tends to be associated with men. Putting those two things together, society expects women to be others focused, but views negotiations as an aggressive environment. That mismatch is what leads to backlash. And the backlash that we see now, it tends to not be what happened to me. It tends to not be as stark as some of these stories that we've heard. It tends to be much more nebulous. And so I worked with a woman, a few years ago. One of the projects that she did is she used to do an analysis, create a presentation, and then present it to the executive board every quarter. This was great for her career because she got to stay in the entire meeting and hear, what was going on with the company. It was also great because the executives got to see what she was capable of. She had a negotiation that didn't go well, and all of these I can explain once we see the solution. She had a negotiation that didn't go well, and as a result, the next time the quarterly business review came up, her boss came by her desk and said, "Hey, I know you're really busy. You don't need to come to the meeting anymore. I'll take it from here." And so from there on out, she was expected to do the analysis and create the presentation, but she was no longer invited into the meeting. That's the kind of backlash that tends to be more common now. I want to note that this dynamic applies to all genders. So research shows folks are at a higher risk of backlash in gender non-conforming negotiations. For men, that means negotiating flexibility puts them at a higher risk of backlash. For women, it's much more traditional workplace negotiations like promotions, compensation, additional support, those types of things. At this point in time, I've reviewed about 13,000 pages of research on this topic. And the study that stands out the most in my mind is one where researchers invited children into the lab and gave them all a coloring page. And they had the children color their page, they called it their work. And when the children completed it and returned it back into the researcher said, "Thank you so much for your work. What do I owe you?" And what they found is that as early as 8 years old, little girls were asking for 40% less than little boys. And when these children will make the ask, the researcher would say, "That's so interesting. Why did you choose that number?" And what they heard from a majority of the little girls is, "Well, I thought it was worth more, but I didn't want to upset anyone." At 8 years old, our children don't even know that the tooth fairy isn't real, right? But we are well attuned enough to know that there is something about negotiating as a woman that means you need to tread lightly. I share this because even if you or the people you work with aren't familiar with the research on backlash, you've probably felt it or heard it or had a conversation about it. So that's where that comes from. What we've talked about are the major benefits to negotiating: financial, career, health and well-being, and all the others. We've also talked about the fact that women are at a higher risk of derailing our careers when we do this. So what now? Great benefits, big problem. What's the solution? The good news is we have one. It's been proven at the top universities in the world: Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, the University of Australia, Georgetown, and now I get to share it with you. What's interesting to me is that the strategies I'm about to share with you have been very well known in academia for at least 5 years, in some places 10. They just haven't necessarily been translated over to women in the workforce who can use it today or tomorrow to negotiate the things that you want. So let's talk about this here. Research points to 3 principles for negotiating successfully. Collectively, we call these the Worth More way. They are: think holistically, discuss collaboratively, think holistically, ask relationally, and discuss collaboratively. That's my fault. I was trying to read the chat at the same time. Turns out I'm a terrible multitasker. So let's dive into each of these. The first one is think holistically. When you have an opportunity to negotiate, I would encourage you to ask yourself, what would help me deliver even more impact in this role? What would reduce my stress? What would get me closer to my goals? And then I say, go ahead and skim this list. We've been putting it together as a resource for a reason, and see if there's anything else on there that might be helpful to you. So I was hired by a retailer who was having a hard time retaining female talent. And as part of that, I ended up working with the woman who ran their inventory. And she decided to negotiate for a new IT system. I have to say, it's the first and only time I've been in an IT system negotiation. But what was interesting is she had this critical insight that her team was working with a system that was from the 1990s. And if they upgraded to today's system, what it meant, and this proved to be true, is that her team could get the same amount done in 30% less time. If you think about, and it's so fun being on the phone with you, because if you think about actually like how cash works in a retailer, the idea of the inventory team being able to think strategically for the first time had an incredible impact on the cash conversion cycle of the company, and also just their ordering, right? So because she could, with this one move, impact cash so significantly, her impact to the company was just, everyone was amazed by what was possible. And that had a really great impact on her career. The second step is to ask relationally. So here we recommend using Worthmore's relational ask equation, call it the RAY. Research here has shown that when women make an ask that is seen as both legitimate and beneficial, it vastly increases the chances of success and virtually eliminates, that's from actually peer-reviewed research, virtually eliminates the risk of backlash. The other thing that I find really important here is that when we've tested it, women report feeling more authentic negotiating this way and therefore are more comfortable negotiating and more likely to negotiate. So here's what the formula is. Past wins plus future goal, and that future goal is something that everyone can get behind. A lot of times it's sort of the purpose of your job. Then you make your ask, and then you stop talking. So I don't do individual coaching anymore. I just work for companies now. But when I did individual coaching, what we found is that originally the equation was only those first 3 steps, but we found that women were just so fantastic that in an attempt to make their negotiation partner feel more comfortable, women would start negotiating against themselves. So the image that always comes up into my mind on this is I worked with a woman in 2020, I think, maybe 2021, who was negotiating work remote. And when she and I started talking, she was negotiating 5 days work remote. Before she got in to negotiate, she decided to only ask for 4. The second after she made the ask, she went, oh, you know what? I could probably do it in 3. I think I could get it done in 3. So again, before her negotiation partner had even responded, she'd reduced her ask by 40%. And so now I added that extra piece in because we're going to make our ask, and then we're going to take some time and let our negotiating partner hear what we're saying, reflect on it, and then respond back before we start negotiating against ourselves. So let me show you, let me give you a couple of examples on how this equation works. So if you were a woman a couple of years ago and you wanted to learn how to negotiate and you decided to Google, how do I negotiate? You may have come across a Wall Street Journal article where an expert negotiator advised, just walk in and say, I deserve to be promoted. I didn't sleep for 2 days when the Wall Street Journal put that article out because that is incredibly gendered advice. That will result in a significantly higher risk of backlash for women. Frankly, I consider it irresponsible to be putting that out there. But now that you know the tricks of this, you're going to start to see advice like that all the time. Instead, what the research would recommend is that you translate that to something like, as you know, my team added X in revenue last year. What was that past win? We're on our way to doubling that this year. That's a future goal everyone can get behind. In order to deliver on that, I need the credibility that comes with the director title. What do you think? What do you think is what we call a conversational volley, because it makes it clear that it is the other person's time to start talking. As a result of this, we had somebody use this exact language in their negotiation, and she ended up getting promoted from manager to director. Interestingly enough, because she was on a sales team, her sales conversions then tripled because she later found out that when she went to approach clients as a manager, she would tell them what they could do for those clients, and the clients they didn't think that she had the internal credibility because her title was manager to get that done. As soon as she had a new title, all of a sudden the clients gave her more credibility, and that allowed her to convert more sales. So better for her, better for her company. Another one that we used to do a lot is I need flexible hours. What the research would say on that is to convert that to something like, this quarter I piloted a new onboarding process. It's getting great feedback. We can roll it out to all markets next year, enabling our new employees to add value in 40% less time. That's a huge benefit. Everyone wants that. In order to achieve that, I need to work the hours when I'm most effective. So the woman that we worked with who used this language ended up negotiating to be offline in the evenings. It ended up being quite a back and forth because her team was in charge of a report that went out to the entire company on Fridays. So it ended where she, didn't work evenings except for Thursday evenings, which she called a huge win for her. The third research-based strategy to negotiating successfully as a woman is to discuss collaboratively. So there is an assumption that workplace negotiations are a competitive zero-sum situation. That is a gender-stacked game in which we're set up to lose. A better way is to negotiate collaboratively. This is taking a win-win approach. Now, I want to say this is a best practice negotiation for all genders. In fact, it's actually how international peace treaties are largely being negotiated now, in case you happen to need that skill. But it has additional benefits for women that we start on a fair playing field. So the mindset here isn't you versus me, it's us versus the problem. And the problem is anything that prevents you from delivering your best work. That's not good for you. That's not good for your employer. I would argue in most situations, what's better for the employee is better for the employer, because it allows you to deliver more impact at less stress, to be more motivated, to be more excited and engaged. All of those things are better for both of us. So if you think about the previous example where the woman was promoted from manager to director and her conversions tripled, that's great for her and it's great for her company. You know, my personal hypothesis is that we have unrealized value sitting all over our organizations because up until now, we haven't been able to have these discussions without being fearful of what the cost is. I want to take just a second to talk about what the research tells us on intersectionalities in this topic right now. So intersectionality theory is how multiple identities and systems of oppression interact to create unique experiences for individuals. This was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. She's now a professor at both Columbia and UCLA law schools. By the way, if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, she's fascinating. Just Google her. I think I was down there for a long time. But the TLDR here is individuals will have individual experiences. So this is the next frontier for research. The table you're seeing here is what I would call highly valid research studies in this topic. So when you're looking at research and negotiations, a lot of people will refer to research that's been done in like car negotiations. The problem with taking a car negotiation and saying that that's applicable in the workplace is that car negotiations are a one-time deal. I'm only going to meet that car salesman once or maybe once every few years. Whereas workplace negotiations, the relationship is critical because that person I see all the time and in some cases kind of holds my career in their hands. So once we take out all the negotiation stuff that I would argue isn't applicable to the workplace, we're left with about 67 studies on gender and negotiations and workplace. When we look at gender negotiations, workplace, and race, we're only left with about 6 right now. And when we look at all of those in sexuality, we only have 1. So the more research we have, the more actionable strategies we can give you. So far, I'd say the only insight that's consistently coming out of the research is that having a social tie to the organization significantly increases negotiation outcomes for marginalized groups. Now, I do want to mention, if this is helpful to you, a number of new resources have come out in the past year, including a book called Negotiating While Black and one truly phenomenal new podcast out of the Harvard Kennedy School called Negotiate Well that delves much deeper into the topics of intersectionality and negotiation. I wanted to mention those in case it was helpful to you. Now, everyone wants to know what happened to Anita. Here's what happened to Anita. I was hired by her company to give this training. So she sat in the same training you were in. And then we did like kind of these speed coaching sessions. It might have been 15 minutes. Here's what she ended up negotiating. She was promoted to VP. She was given a 50% pay increase, which it turns out was standard with that promotion. She was given higher profile, larger accounts, and more employees on her team so that she could focus on the highest value things and she could start to offload all of the work that she'd been accumulating over the past 6 or 8 years. She was also given a seat on the leadership team, which it's pretty unusual for that to come out of a negotiation, but it highlights another thing we see in the research, which is that when you negotiate this way, the folks you are negotiating with rank you higher in leadership potential than before the negotiating. So if you think about where we are, without these tools, we as women are in a position where if we do the cost benefit on negotiation, the cost is relatively high. There is a real risk of backlash there. So the benefit has to be pretty high for us to decide to have that negotiation. Now that you have all these tools, we can vastly reduce the cost of negotiation. So you can just do it more often. But we also see from the research and from this example that negotiating is really a career enhancing opportunity when it's done well. And now you have the tools that you need to do it well. So negotiating in this way increases success and reduces risk so that you can ask for what you need to thrive. Again, those 3 big research-based tips are think holistically, ask relationally, and discuss collaboratively. And then I want to leave you with 3 things you can do today to become a great negotiator. The first one is to reflect. This process starts with your goals. And I found that this journal, it's called the 5-minute journal, is a really easy way to monitor what it is that I want more or less of in my life. By the way, it actually only takes like 3 minutes. But once you've done it for a few months, you can quickly flip back and see, oh, I actually am really happy when I'm working on this project, or I'm really unhappy when I'm working with these people, or I'm much happier when I've structured my meetings this way. And you can start to see those trends and then negotiate those things. The second piece of advice I have is to utilize the resources that are available to you. So this is a link to that list of 76 things that I mentioned. We're all really busy. It can be honestly near impossible to create time to advocate for yourself, much less to figure out all the unwritten things that you can ask for. So we created this because when I was doing research, what I found is that men were exchanging a lot of information on things you can negotiate that weren't written in the job offer. So there was one particular case, it was a case study that I was looking at, which was 8 executives, 7 men. All of the men had had car allowances for multiple years. The one woman didn't because she didn't know it was negotiable. And that was kind of like the aha moment of, oh, we should start exchanging information on what you can negotiate, even if it's not written down. And so 8 years later, this is the answer to that. And this is 76 things that we have seen women successfully negotiate. I just got to add IVF benefits to it recently. If you are looking over this and you see that you've negotiated something that isn't on here, please email us. We try to update it, honestly, every time we get one of those emails, but at least once a month, we're updating it. The last thing I want to say is to practice. Some people believe negotiations is a one-time deal. It's not. Negotiation is a critical skill, just like communications or networking in business. And like many skills, the more you practice, the stronger that muscle becomes. The good news is we have opportunities to negotiate every day. So I challenge you to ask to sit in on that meeting or be given that project, or for extra flexibility this Friday. You can start with small asks, or you can start with big asks. You can start by asking in your workplace, or you can start by asking more outside of your workplace. You can get the electrician to come to your home when it's actually convenient to you and not sometime between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. You can get a discount on your car because you're willing to take the color they have in excess. Or you can switch out that glass of wine at dinner because you didn't really like it. All of those things, I know some of them sound honestly laughably small, but all of those things allow you to practice how you want to approach these and find your own style. So the tools that I mentioned here, it's not that you have to negotiate that way. It's that research shows it's better when we're more successful when we do negotiate that way. But we're all unique individuals, and you get to put together the approach that works for you. But the best way to put that together is to actually be able to spend time trying it. I will say, once you start negotiating with these strategies, my guess is you're going to be shocked at how much impact you can have. I'm going to flip over to the chat right now. We have, I think, is able to, yes, we have about 5 minutes. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. I'd love to answer them. I'm going to flip over there right now and see. Wow, whoever's manning the chat is just really great. I have a link to Kimberly's TED Talk. Sarah said she had to negotiate for her 3rd computer monitor. It's a great example of a negotiation because it helps you do things better. The other thing I love about this is in the research, we talk about macro negotiations and micro negotiations. When people say negotiate, they tend to think about like a big promotion or a job offer or something like that, a macro negotiation. And those are really important. But actually, if you look at the summation of micro negotiations over a career, they can change the course of your career. When's the deadline? What resources do you have to get that done? Who gets credit for that idea? All of those things are micro negotiations. These same strategies exist, but they can be applied almost on a daily basis. So I'm going down here to see if there are any questions. Some friends have mentioned that the feedback they received was "you're not ready." In this case, what's the best response? So I do a whole session on how to ace your annual review. And the answer is you need to ace your midpoint review. So here's what's happening. If you hear no, which I would say you're not ready as a version of that, then it's your job to go fishing for what's next. We know that bias is eliminated when objectivity is introduced. So if someone says you're not ready for that yet, the next response was, I understand you saying I'm not ready. Can you help me understand what I would need to do to prove I am ready the next time that opportunity comes around? And your goal here is to come up with a rubric. It's usually 2 to 4 things that you need to prove. Once you've agreed on that rubric, then you can email that person back. Thank you so much for your time today. I really enjoyed our conversation. Here's what I've heard you say I need to focus on. Boom, boom, boom. And then every time you check one of those boxes, you send another email that says, thank you so much for your advice. I'm really excited to share that I was able to X, and the larger impact of this was Y. And you do want to include the impact on, the team, the client, something like that. What that creates is almost a breadcrumb trail that you're then following with a paper trail, so that the next time that opportunity comes up, it's almost a foregone conclusion. They said you needed to X, of course you have X, and usually there aren't any problems after that. I will say one of the things that I'm trying to generate awareness around is that we know women are promoted based on potential. Sorry, women are promoted based on performance. Men are promoted based on potential. What that means is a lot of these conversations that we're having in annual reviews, hey, I'd like to be promoted to, whatever the next level is, we actually need to be having mid-year through. So we need to have that conversation, let's say 6 months earlier. Then the person says you're not ready. Then you say, help me understand what I need to do. They give you the 3 things. You have 6 months to execute on those 3 things, so that when annual reviews happen, now you're in a place to just go ahead and check that box, get what you wanted, and then move on to the next cycle. Do you see a difference in the negotiations experience if both parties are women? This is such a good question. I would say it's probably the most popular question that I get. What I would say here is that I expected, when I went down this deep research hole, to have to create 2 different approaches. One if you're negotiating with a man, one if you're negotiating with a woman. It turns out that the negotiation dynamics are all based on what you look like. And so good news is you only need one strategy. Bad news is that means that backlash is being enacted by men and women at similar rates. And actually, that's research. Anecdotally, I will say the more extreme stories of backlash I hear are from other women. How do you properly manage your own and others' expectations once successful in getting what you want and what you deserve? Probably manage. Oh, in terms of you negotiated a promotion, but you don't want, I'm going to use an example here, but you negotiated X and you don't want them to think that you're able to deliver the moon. Like you're not all of a sudden a superhero. You're just somebody who negotiated X. I would say there's a couple of things there. One, if you're doing a good job at a relational negotiation, which is tip number 2, then the impact of that is you will be articulating what the impact is on other people, on the client, on the company, on something outside of yourself. And so what that tends to do is generate a lot of support. Having expectations that are unfairly high is actually another version of backlash, where it's, oh, you've been asking for X for 2 years. I'll give you X, but then you're going to need to whatever. That's another version of backlash. And so if you're using these strategies and you're negotiating relationally well, that's not going to be a problem as often. And also because you've generated support, you will have additional resources to get to whatever that bar is. Now I'm noticing that I am hitting up against my time here. One thing that I do want to say is that I started talking with Sarah and Ariel like literally a year ago about this session. And so if this has been helpful to you, they put a year of work into it. Please shoot them a note, or let them know that it was helpful to you. I know those notes always matter. And if there's anything else that I can do to be helpful, my website is worthmorestrategies.com. There's a contact form on there, so let me know. Thanks so much. Christine, did I end too early? I was trying to catch us up on time.
That was great. Thank you, Catherine. If you have a few more minutes of anything that you want to cover, if there are any additional questions from the chat, we have until 12:50 Eastern. It's up to you. Are there any last minute questions?
I'm happy to answer any more. Christine, I'll also say I was trying to flip through the chat behind the presentation, and so it's possible I might have. Nope, I see a bunch of thank yous. You're welcome.
Yeah, nothing but compliments. Well, we can wrap up. Catherine, thank you so much for many valuable takeaways, advice that I agree can be truly life-changing, and certainly some eye-opening research findings as well. It was really insightful, and we really appreciate you sharing your guidance with us. And we're just generally very grateful for the very important work that you're doing for women everywhere. So thanks for your time today and for connecting and celebrating with us. We're now going to transition to a brief break ahead of the next session that starts at 2 p.m. Eastern for 2025 Outlook for Female Leaders. But don't go away. In a few minutes, we have a special message a message from a special guest around 55 after the hour. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Very delighted to be with you all today. Sorry I can't be with you at the same time, but super excited to have this opportunity. My name's Sarah Maynard. I'm Global Senior Head of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion for CFA Institute, and I'm very delighted to be really welcomed by the wonderful leaders of Collaborative WIM, and really to say thank you for truly living up to your description. Because collaboration is why we have come so far with CFA Institute's Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Code, which we launched back in 2022. And it's really because of collaboration that we have now a DEI code adapted, not only for the US and Canada, and I'm speaking to you from Canada, and more on that in a minute, but also now for the UK, for Europe, starting in the Netherlands, and then also in Australia just last month, and by the time you see this, it will also be live in Singapore, and in those markets we now have signatories. And we've really achieved this because we have been working with CFA members as volunteers, with CFA societies and their staff and leadership in all of those markets. So as I said, today I'm speaking to you from Canada. I'm actually in Montreal, and I'm with people from 160 CFA societies around the world. And that's really how we can effectively meet organizations where they are in their diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, and really help them along that journey, leveraging essentially what we all share, and indeed, of course, what makes each market and each of us unique and different. All of those things super important to the work that we do. So CFA Institute's DEI code has nearly 200 signatories. They're responsible for over 30% of global AUM. And one of the many things I'm thankful for is that we have a DEI steering committee, senior volunteers who provide governance, and that's a key role. Collaborative WIM is uniquely involved with that. And the other thing we have, I think, is important to note is we have some great infrastructure from our codes and standards team, and we have the tech side really represented by the folks who build the infrastructure behind the data collection. So all of these points really reflect, I think, the enormous value that truly collaboration can bring to change, to creating something that is, we hope, business-centric, that is sector-specific, and can really be collaborative in a way that moves the industry forward, and we hope makes it more relevant to the many clients that we serve. So for all of that, I'm tremendously thankful. I'm grateful to have the opportunity, and I wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Jade Scipione. Thank you for joining us. We're excited to be here. If I look familiar, this is my third year hosting. So I'm excited to be here. And I'm excited to talk about today's topic. It's the outlook for 2025, women leaders. And we got two rock star panelists that I'm excited to introduce. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi. Hi, Jade. Hi, Lindsay.
Yes. I'm excited to chat with you guys. So we got a lot to talk about. Well, first, Dr. Andrea Eisfeld, I want to talk to you, aka Dr. Ice. We want to know how you got that name. You're a professor of finance at UCLA Anderson. First of all, talk to us about your nickname and what kind of got you in. You know, you've done a lot of work in asset management, but you chose the world of academia. Talk to us about what made you choose that route.
Sure. Okay. So that's a lot, but that's kind of the history where I come from. So I guess I can start with the nickname since you asked, and that's like kind of like near the end of the road, although it's been about a year since that really took off. So I got the nickname at Future Proof, which if you haven't been, it's a wealth festival, and I'll let you go and find out what that means. That's held in Huntington Beach in, I think, like late September every year. And it was given to me by a wonderful group of women, the Women in ETFs community, which is like Collaborative WIM, another group of just amazing rock star women. So yes, I am a finance professor. I'm a PhD economist. So I spend a lot of my time doing research and teaching. But on top of that, I do spend a lot of time as well in asset management. And how did I end up here? So I started college actually as an accountant. I went to University of Illinois College of Commerce. So if there are any other alumni in the audience. And I quickly, I loved what I learned in accounting, but I got intrigued by economics. So I ended up graduating in economics. And then I went and got my PhD in economics at the University of Chicago. So a lot of Nobel Prize winners and very intimidating, honestly, minds, but it was so challenging, but so rewarding at the same time, kind of like the hardest time, but also some of the most fun, but fun in a way that you probably never want to relive it. You know, you might want to have fun every Saturday night in a similar way. You would not want to go through the PhD program multiple times, which you're glad you did it. And then I taught at Kellogg for 10 years and I moved to UCLA in 2010. I started consulting for mortgage-backed securities hedge fund. I ended up being their chief economist. I was on leave full-time for 2 years. And then after that, I subsequently consulted with AQR for several years after that. So that was kind of my start in asset management. I'm back at UCLA, but I recently developed 2 indices actually based on my research. So there's actually a lot of synergies between my research and my asset management experience. A lot of my research has been on measuring intangible assets, and a lot of investment strategies were developed before intangible assets were as important in our economy as they are today. So my work developing the next indices is on incorporating those intangible assets into traditional quant asset management strategies. And I think that kind of brings us up to today. I launched with Simplify 2 funds based on those indices, or Simplify launched the funds in April. So that's been my kind of current asset management journey.
Wow. All right, Lindsay Rubenstein. So Chief Marketing, Investor Relations at Opus, Managing Director. Talk to us about the work that you're doing over there and what, how you got there.
Yes, sure, of course. And thank you so much, Jade. And I know Sarah just gave a keynote speaking about the DEI code. I'm so happy to be involved speaking with you and Dr. Eyes. Yes, my name is Lindsay Seychelle Rubenstein. I don't have a cool doctor nickname, but Seychelle, based on my maiden name, has been a nickname of mine. I do love the beach, but we'll bring it from the West Coast where you are over to the East Coast. Per my many titles, and you don't need all of those titles to say I'm a Wall Street executive. And it took a long, hard route to get there. Going back to kind of the beginning, to the origin stories, because I feel so privileged to be speaking to so many people at different ages and stages in their career from so many industries, all collectively here for the collaborative women in investment management and appreciation there. Going back to high school, I was kind of
I'm a Libra, equally like arts and sciences. You know, I was in the highest level of math and the highest level of English. When I went to Cornell, they put me as a math major. And I pivoted over to being an English major. How does an English major end up on Wall Street? I interned at Goldman Sachs. And my first internship there, I remember prior to that, there was a movie at the time, and it featured a frenetic trading floor. And I thought Wall Street must be this frenetic, just man-filled hall of people hurling insults and literally commodities at each other. But in interning at Goldman, and this was my freshman summer, I realized actually, you have the ability to be the face of change. And prior to that, I really wanted to be pre-med. That was my ultimate goal. More from a curing the disease perspective than, you know, being on the TV with George Clooney from ER perspective. And my mom got ill when I was a freshman in college, and I realized, you know, through that internship at Goldman, to be able to use that skill set in a way that can help change the financial landscape and the wealth management landscape really reframed my perspective. And I you know, the intentional classes I took from there were more focused on those, you know, economics, marketing aspects. From there, I realized through my internships at Goldman, in order to be the face of change, for me being more of a weeds person, it's important to understand the inside out, how things work, what can go wrong, how you can fix them before you can change things, right? How does it get broke before you can fix? So I worked at this global hedge fund firm, D.E. Shaw, intentionally in their finance and operations department, to understand just that. What are all these strategies? How do they reconcile T+1, which means, you know, the day after, when they settle? What can go wrong? It was a very predictable job. And it was a great experience, and it was a great first exposure, really, or early exposure in my career to corporate culture, meaning that it was truly meritocratic. So there were literally people there who were, you know, quite junior in their roles, but, you know, 2 months later, they'd be heading up a trading desk, or, you know, it's just they valued everybody's variant perspectives. And that was so great for me to have as a core pillar early on from such a great organization. From there, I pivoted to a larger, or not a larger, a multi-billion-dollar asset management firm that focused essentially on not just one hedge fund, but different alternative funds. So it was essentially a fund of funds and also had bespoke portfolios. And for there, what was really seminal was, and it's hard for those of us who are in different parts of our career, some have had the great fortune of having a career where the markets have kind of just been like going like this, which is great because it's been very powerful and uplifting. But, and that's when I started at Optima Fund Management, and I left D. Shaw to join there in their investor relations department, again, moving from the finance and operations more towards where I wanted to take self-direction of my career into a more front-facing role in investor relations and product development. First couple of years were great. We were having really expensive, fancy holiday parties, bonuses. It was hard to lose money. We had all these stress tests that told us our funds could never underperform. And then the GFC, the global financial crisis, happened in 2008. And what alternative investments, and I know we have folks here from all different industries and sectors, but what alternative investments are at the most basic level supposed to do is to perform alternatively to more traditional stock and bond investments. Hedge fund originally was supposed to hedge risk, right? So theoretically, in a global financial crisis setting, we might not do great, but we should do better than the market, and we did not. And it was a very poignant moment where we took a look inward and said, like, what really matters? What have we done wrong? And I remember this kind of day in early 2009 that really helped shape the next rest of my career, where there were essentially, at that time, we were maybe a 75 person firm, $7.5 billion. Assets were shrinking, clients were redeeming. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4 of us in a room. And it was the founder of our company. I'm not an actress, so I'm not going to try to do the accents, but he is, you know, very nice, wonderful founder, British accent, basically frustrated, saying, we're hemorrhaging assets and clients. What should we do? Looks at our CFO, who has a great South African accent, very brilliant CFO, holding up all these printouts of Excels and P&L losses, you know, lots of red. Looks at my boss at the time, and, you know, who makes a comment to say, we actually have to do something that delivers on our mission, looks at me. So I do the obvious thing, which is look this way, and there's nobody else. And I realized for the first time, not only am I the sole female that's being brought into the conversation, so let's pause for a moment and realize that this firm historically has been espousing of women in different areas of the firm, but to be part of that conversation felt good. It felt like an important moment, and also not one to mess up, to take very seriously. And I answered transparently and honestly, which is, we need to be aligned, right? We need to deliver on something that aligns what we're doing with what our clients' or expectations are. And collectively with our peers, we formed a private farmland REIT, which we ended up taking public. So again, bringing to the market an emerging asset class, so not dissimilar to what you were saying, Andrea, about creating new ETF indices, responding accurately to what the feedback is from the current market, as the market, which is in static, is constantly evolving. That's what we were doing there, with a view to do what Sam Zell did with the original REIT, which is taking a liquid, large asset class, real estate, and bring liquidity to the market. So we were doing that with farmland, which is an alternative real asset, and bringing liquidity there. It was a tremendous experience. And from then on, I kind of got bit with this bug of strategic relationships are important. Being at I'll call it an intersection, but it's really more of a confluence, right? It's really more of a delta. But, being on top of alternative investments and where they are as it intersects with changing financial markets, and managing relationships and product innovation and strategy around that. So that's why I have so many titles, because it's marketing, product, innovation, and strategy. And where it's taken me is more out of the corporate world. So, Optima Fund Management, DShaw, both corporate funds. And now I'm aligned with the family office. It's a private family office, multi-billion dollars focused on real estate, but I'm in their Opus Capital Management is their alternatives affiliate. Focusing on how the family going through, and it's something we'll come back to because it is a current theme that is topical on our family's mind and those of other allocators and others in the wealth management industry, this notion of intergenerational transfer and how families can transform and proactively, reactively, and interactively respond to that, how we're handling it within our organization, and how other families and the industry is really responding to that, are all aspects that I'm happy to delve into later today. So a couple of fun facts, or 3 fun facts about me. So you put a plug in for your school. If there are any Cornellians out there, woohoo, go Big Red. Through the Farmland Company, I rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange, which was super, super cool. You actually get to sign your name if you do that. And I have 2 daughters who I am so proud. Hi, Caroline and Abigail. I know you're at school right now, but you'll see the replay later. And I'm happy to have a career that I'm proud to take them to work and want to inspire them to do the same. So I guess I'm sure you'll hear more about them over the course of the panel, but I'm excited for our conversation.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to learn how you did all that while raising 2 daughters as I sit here 9 months pregnant. So we can dive into that. But so Andrea, when we look at the outlook for female leaders, I mean, you're seeing the young leaders in your classroom. Like, are you optimistic? Like, I just read in Fortune that 29% of C-suite roles are now held by women, which is an impressive number because, over the years, this has constantly been talked about. Are you more optimistic, and what's causing the change, you think?
So I'm always optimistic. I'm an optimistic person by nature, but I agree with what Lindsay said. We all have to be working for the change we want to see. Like, that optimism requires a lot of energy behind it. But I am in the MBA classroom, and I do think that I get to see a lot of the amazing future female leaders, and I'm definitely impressed by them. I cannot imagine. I mean, it's hard to go back and see what you were like, but I see these women who are MBA age. So I think that's kind of like a late 20s kind of time, and they know what they want. They're very outspoken in class. They're highly intellectual. They're driven. They're creative. So I'm super excited. And I think the statistics are very encouraging. And I think, I work a lot with data and time series, and there are these phenomena like tipping points and accelerations. And so it can be that things are hard in the beginning and get easier. It can also be that you kind of pick off the low hanging fruit in the beginning and then it gets harder at the end. But I generally feel very optimistic. I think, the things that we need to continue on this trend, talking about raising kids and all the other things that happens within our families, I think having support to be able to do kind of all the things that we as women want to do is one of the key things to keep those trends and those good numbers and kind of the good experiences going, and the good experiences for the firms where women are working.
Yeah. Lindsay, how did you navigate? I mean, obviously there were times probably in your career that maybe you didn't feel, welcome as a woman, in Wall Street. Like, how did you navigate those moments and what strategies worked for you?
Yeah, I mean, I had a very fortunate upbringing in that I was given a lot of positive reinforcement, which gave me confidence to kind of go into rooms where I would maybe potentially be the solo female, or perhaps the only solo female, to have something to say or ask a question, but making sure it was not just for question's sake, just being observant, having an intelligent comment, or just a genuine question, right? Making my presence known. But, it definitely, there were challenges, and there were certainly times where, before getting to the top, right, there were certainly times where there would be like a peer of mine who, I'm 5'1.5" maybe, who would be like a bigger, broader male and has a brawnier, higher pitched voice. And we would be talking about the same strategy, and I would kind of be skirted off earlier in my career as, that's, not well thought. It's annoying. Like, go back and sit under your investor relations rock and stop focusing on innovation, whereas that person would be lauded and promoted, right? And so, when you are faced with a challenge like that, it's really an internal inflection point, fight or flight, and accepting the challenge. And, I really felt that there was change that I could bring to the industry to make it better. Not thinking about it from, the whole canon of women and all that, but just thinking about the microcosm bubble of my career at that moment and where I saw that shorter term trajectory, that I really had something to say. So how do I articulate it, polish it well, and not give up? And I think that, having the characteristics of a good, solid employee and doing that consistently over time helped. Obviously knowing what I was talking about, showing up, being good at my job, all of the bringing a unique perspective or delivering on what was expected certainly helped. But as we talk about kind of the future of investments in this kind of CWIM forum, first let's focus, like I have been and Andrea has been, on the challenges there too, and then we can find the silver lining, right? And I found throughout my career that the challenges to accountability largely stem from any organizations or, team within, if it's a larger organization, ability or inability to face and embrace reality. So like taking a step back, because I've shared my experience, but looking at diversity in practice and a lot of panels, really strive to engage, but how do we catalyze change from these experiences? And you'll hear me talk about it probably a few times throughout this hour. Tactical applicability, what that we're saying now, if something that we're saying resonates with you, how do you seize upon that? And so kind of towards the end of I'll after sharing the statistics, I'll come back to that. But per study, it's probably a little bit stale from earlier this year, from Makita, which is a large consulting firm. It showed that women are still underrepresented in senior asset management positions. New hires among minorities even less. Quoting from the study, at the median, females accounted for 23%, that's what you said. 13% were portfolio managers. 56% of new hires involved white people, while Asian Americans were 14%, followed by African Americans and Latinos at 8% each. So we have very smart minds, male and female, listening here, understanding those statistics. We have the ability to improve and shift the conversation. So starting by sharing the journeys. What I'll talk about is there are different levels that when it comes to practical applicability, what can we do as humans, as employees, as organizations? 1, believe needs to be done. 2, capable of doing, and 3, willing, right? You can believe it needs to be done, you can be capable, but you might not be willing to do it or have challenges. So to concretize those at different levels, where many start and fail to finish, is integrate that. And there's that corporate view, right? And there's been tremendous progress there. In certain companies I've worked with further along than others, admittedly, to form a view. Hiring of women and minority employees in key roles that stand on their own merits intellectually, but also help change the conversation through different ideas, right? The allocator view, and this boils down to return attributes. Working at a family office, which is very strict on return attributes, we don't, and I say this as a woman, and I don't necessarily agree with the view, we don't have a women or minority lens when we look for managers. We look for the return attributes alone. And so that's an area where we might be weaker than other family offices, organizations, entity in that respect. But how do you incorporate it is really just then how do we integrate through, even with all that, how do we have 2 funds out of we're very selective that are solo female portfolio managers standing on their own merit. So again, there's still ways for that to work. And then the individual investor view, right? How do we look at changing the investor landscape? And again, I'll speak from the family office side, and we'll come back to this later as well. The $84 trillion great wealth transfer, where in much of the future decision makers, there's the face of the future investor is changing a lot, more in the favor of women than it has historically, and there's huge opportunities there. And what can we do? For example, there's this whole notion of time capital and charitable engagements, for example. I'm involved with a charity called Project Punch Card, and that's a charity that likes to encourage the industry to involve more minorities and women in all positions. And we'll invite to our meetings students, junior level, mid-level, and senior level positions throughout their careers. And I talk about this notion of make a meeting, take a meeting, right? So if you're more junior in your career, or you're just leaving and you were inspired by Dr. Eyes in one of her classes, right? Reach out to somebody on LinkedIn or over email and say, I'm interested in you being a mentor. Can we have coffee? And every time I've said yes to that, it's taken a fraction of my day. And I've taken away more than I think the person who invited me did, right? From their perspective, from their challenges, from their opportunities, and started a great relationship, and for them starting their network. And again, similarly, if you're asked, take the meeting. So it's just that make a meeting, take a meeting is one practical takeaway that I've observed has been helpful for me as navigating my career. And I've had the benefit from both male and female mentors. And I don't think I'd be in my position today without that notion.
Andrea, kind of the same question to you. I mean, it's impressive what you've been able to do. How did you navigate kind of sometimes being the only female in the room, and how do you advise your students, your female students, if they kind of experience that?
Yeah, so I'll talk both about my experience as a student, an academic, and in asset management. When I was in grad school getting my economics PhD, I mean, the fraction of females could not have been more than probably 15%, and I'm probably overestimating in our class of, say, 50. I don't know if on the finance faculty at that time, there might have been one tenured female faculty. So it was extremely male environment. I always joke that I'm surrounded by men everywhere because I'm in finance and I have 2 boys and a husband. So it's like all boys all the time. But, in a way, I think that was an advantage because you stand out a little bit. So sometimes being kind of a minority can help because you're just memorable. You're not another dude in like a blue Oxford and khakis, right? You're just that little bit odd. And so it's kind of like how they sometimes have a blonde explaining tough financial concepts in a movie. Like I noticed that in The Big Short, right? And that was true in the R.J.R. Nabisco Barbarians at the Gate movie, if you're that old, which I sort of am. But then moving into, and in academia, I think I was the first tenured female on the faculty here at Anderson. We did have women faculty before. And since I've arrived, we have now, including myself, 3 women, which sounds not like a lot, but we're a very small group here in finance. So out of 15 or so, and we kind of have, a pretty good representation, I would say, now relative to our peers. Asset management was also really interesting because I came into asset management when I was already a fairly senior person in academia. So if I would go to an event in academia, or I would give a talk, or I would be at a conference, a lot of people would already know who I was and what I had accomplished. And then I went into asset management, and nobody knows any of that anymore. So I found weird things, like it would matter when there was a meeting that we would have at the hedge fund with clients. It would matter where I would sit, how people would perceive what my role was at the fund. So I had to start thinking of all these things that, as a kind of pretty cerebral academic, it really opened my eyes to, how things that my colleagues here do in kind of organizational behavior and psychology and sociology, really have some good tips and some ways of understanding that. So I agree with Lindsay that one thing that has always been really helpful for me is mentorship up and down. When I was younger, I had amazing colleagues. Again, yes, both male and female, but it was important. It really was. And I know this is, well, I'm quoting, like I say, I know it is, but I'm pretty sure that I've been taught that seeing role models that look like you can be very important. I think it is important to have women in executive roles and teaching at business schools and so on, and on amazing panels like this. But mentorship has been very important. And I think, again, like another thing that has happened to me, because I'm a researcher and I'm a quant person, and networking is something that in academia can happen fairly naturally, because you have a field, you have research, you're giving talks, there are natural people that you're going to connect to. And I have a really good friend who has her MBA. She works for a great financial firm. And she would always ask me things like, what's your 5-year plan? And I would be like, what are you talking about? My 5-year plan is to look ahead of me and take the best opportunities and keep my next best opportunities. So I thought that was great. And the other great advice she had was, she would say things like, I've got to warm up my network. And I was like, oh my gosh, I just never even thought of it like that. But at this point in my life, I'm so grateful for the people that I've met throughout, the last 25 years or more, because everything that I'm wanting to do now, or wanting to give back with or help someone, I'm realizing that kind of a lot of those connections were very, very organic. And of course, the best connections are. But you can warm up your network, and don't be shy to do that. Definitely make sure you are uncomfortable in life, or you're probably not in that growth area. So speak up, get uncomfortable. And I also heard, and you've probably heard this before, if you don't ask, it's a no. So you are always improving your outcomes by asking. And, you also, it's a numbers game. The more you ask, the more you're going to get. And then I would also say, don't be afraid to kind of self-market. It is always a little embarrassing, but make sure that everybody knows, all the good things that you've got going on. And if you had a success, or you had an idea that was taken up, make sure that you share that, because people want to share your success with you. They will enjoy that too. The best days are the ones where a bunch of your friends or colleagues are giving you good news that they had.
Yeah, no, I love that advice. I think a lot of young people, there is a kind of fine line on how you approach, Lindsay, like an executive yourself. What advice do you have for younger people, or people who are just starting out, on how to get a meeting with you, how to, get that advice and make it organic, like Andrea said?
No, and I do a lot of talks, and it depends on the forum, right? Always And I've applied this philosophy actually, just thinking about it throughout my life. You know, when I was deciding between colleges, I would attend the classes and which one did I actually feel comfortable raising my head. And when I looked around, it seemed like, oh, you know, that looks like a coffee shop I could go to, or, you know, I'm interested in the curriculum here, whatever, you know. So I found the same thing in early stages in my career about the events I would attend. At that time, it was called 100 Women in Hedge Funds. Now it's 100 Women in Finance. And it was one of the first and only organizations that catered to advancing women in the industry. And I would attend their events. And I realized early on that there was one such event where had left D. Shaw. I was at Optima. We were at the 100 Women in Hedge Fund Gala in New York City. And my CFO at Optima and my old CFO at D. Shaw were like long lost friends. And I was able to reconnect them at this event. And it was a really early lesson about the genuine power of networking. So I'll kind of take it back to this view of, you know, Fight Club, right? And I know it, somebody in the room knows the first rule of Fight Club, right? I know at least one of you is raising your hand. Don't talk about Fight Club. What's the second rule? See rule number one. Similarly, Warren Buffett has this rule. What's the first rule in investing? Don't lose money. Second rule, see rule number one. You know, what's been helpful in my career is never lose a meaningful relationship is rule number one. And rule number two is never lose a meaningful relationship. I think when we talk about investing in currencies, the currency of relationships is extremely undervalued, but very, very important. So finding those forums where you feel comfortable, paying attention, and just if something resonates and you have something to say, come up after. Usually when I do speak, whether it's at a kind of smaller mid-sized forum like the CFA of New York, or larger forums with the CFA Institute, or like the bigger conference settings, I always, towards the end, like to say, whether I'm moderating the panel or on the panel, if you'd like to find me after, here's the best way to reach me. And for me, that's come up to me if you're there and you want to talk to me. I'm happy to exchange, emails with you. LinkedIn is another way, LinkedIn messaging. Emails tend to get buried. And also the nature of the relationship, right? Carving that out. If I'm here speaking about women and the importance of networking and mentorship, probably not the right way to use that connection to talk to me about your services or your fund and how I should invest with you, right? That might be really appropriate in another forum. If I'm doing a Shark Tank and say I'm looking for this type of investment, great. So just kind of use those connections wisely. I guess those would be some tips and thoughts on that.
Yeah, and Andrea, you told me, even as senior as you are with a Rolodex of like high profile people, you told me sometimes you struggle with using your network. So it's not even for young people, it's everyone at any age has to continue to do this throughout their career. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I was trying very hard not to use the word Rolodex.
I know, I'm so old school,
or
right?
BlackBerry. But
here, guys.
Yeah, since you brought it up, I think that's the thing. It's sort of it is a little bit of a fixed effect in your personality, whether you are comfortable asking for help or whether you feel like you should be doing it all on your own and it's embarrassing to ask for help. But I think for all the people, and I'm definitely on the latter, I think it's embarrassing and it's not in my nature. It's more in my nature to be like, I am struggling. I'm going to go by myself and figure this out. I would say, though, when someone asks me for help, it feels so good to give that help. So I've been trying to internalize that in my own kind of willingness to ask for help when I need it. And also sort of not to be embarrassed that networks are this kind of valuable currency, that actually, we are people, we are humans. The world is changing. But one thing that is not changing, and it's so true in finance, it's like one of the most surprising facts is how robust people's desire to have humanity in their finance is. So I think that, yes, it is still probably hard for me to do, but I'll go back to what I said before. And, I do still grow. We all are still growing. And so I still do feel that growth from when I challenge myself. And, sometimes I'll may make an ask of someone and it won't work out, but sometimes I'll be just overblown by how helpful people actually want to be. And I've had both experiences recently, and I've been grateful for both of them because I want honesty in my interactions. And I'm also very flattered when people are, really invested and willing to put their, kind of their resources behind me. We were talking about our kids earlier, and I was at an event with my son, and it wasn't a networking event, but it kind of is like networking tangential. And I said, I'm going to go get you some food and you stay here. He was actually selling, he has like a kind of a lifestyle brand, and he was selling it at the local high school flea market. I said, I'm going to go get food. You're in charge, you're doing the sales and whatnot. And I said, don't take your phone out. And he's like, I can't just stand here by myself. That's like, so like I'm a loser. I'm here by myself with my phone. But I felt like a superpower for me socially became the ability, because I travel a lot, you guys probably travel a lot, the ability to go like eat dinner at a bar by myself or go to an event by myself and stand there and not be uncomfortable that everybody else is in a circle of people and you're just standing there by yourself, or that you have to start the new table of people because everybody else is always with each other. It's like those surprises of then what happens next. And we kind of don't like to expose ourselves to the randomness because we're worried about the downside, but mostly there's no downside. There's only like you meet someone new and wonderful, or you kind of get that feeling of, power that comes from having a bit of confidence that you're going to have a good time, it's going to work out, and that people are going to want to talk to you. And I also have a saying from my mom that she claims she didn't say, which I think is so funny. So my mom is such a wonderful woman, and I'm sure she was like, like very well liked in high school and all of this. But I swear she once said to me, wherever I go and whoever I'm talking to, I'm assuming that they like want to make friends, which is so true. Like no one goes to a networking event and is like, I don't want to talk to anyone or learn anything about anyone. Everybody is there for the same reason and they want the same things. So she said, I always assume that, everyone is going to want to make new friends. So I think it's a good lesson, even if she never said it, but I'm pretty sure she did. I mean, I'm younger with the better memory, right? I mean,
I'll jump off of what you just said there. I do think at any point in our career, whether early, mid, later, learning and growing is always important and integral to success, at least, for me, and it sounds like for all of us on this panel. And I had a recent experience where, I took advantage of, the appropriate way of being in certain positions and having certain network capability. In conversations, I was sitting with lunch with a friend of mine in a totally different industry, runs a health concierge company. And we just, what's going on in your industry? Who are you helping save the world? What am I doing in the finance world? And I said, there's something here, right? There's something here that's not a story that's not being told that needs to be heard, given the intergenerational wealth transfer. I happen to be on the global executive advisory board for an international organization, Apex, their financial services company. And so I said, I have this idea, right? Now, I know from the farmland experience, I do have an ability to take like ideas from literally seed to fruition, but like, how do we like actualize this? And the idea wouldn't have happened if not for the network and using my network smartly and appropriately. And I said, all right, this is a good idea. This person has to be involved because the notion was this notion of health, wealth, and legacy, all very important in what's happening in the industry right now. As I said earlier, it's really this alternative investments and the intersection of dynamic, evolving financial markets. Well, this movement, along with the collaborative women movement, all of that is kind of gaining momentum rapidly at this time. So I asked them, I'm like, is this something of interest? And they're like, yeah. So we put together a movement, and an interesting thing started to happen, similar to that superpower moment you said when you were there with your son. Everybody I started talking to about it not only thought it was a good idea, because usually I think I like beta test ideas I found in my career. You'd ask for feedback from peers and, close peers in different industries just to see if it has legs or not. everybody I spoke to about it not only thought it was a great idea, but wanted to be involved or suggested that this, all of a sudden the CEO of the Deepak Chopra Foundation wanted to talk, and a national news correspondent, wanted to be involved, and the founder of Equinox Gyms wanted. So all of a sudden, this idea really turned into something that was actual and turned into a highly organized, well-curated event, and has since grown from that momentum. So I do think it talks to the importance of always growing, always learning, not being afraid to kind of take that first step to just share the idea. Otherwise, it's kind of like the tree in the woods. Nobody's going to see it fall. Nobody's going to hear your idea if it rests in your head. So I think that exactly to what you're saying, through our networks, going back to your mom's advice, Andrea, you have a network because people want to be in your network, and networks want to be utilized, right? So I totally agree.
I love that. So, Andrea, you talked about the world is changing, the world of finance is changing. You're ahead of a lot of research. We spoke about AI. What are the hottest trends that you're seeing, and what do you advise people to get a leg up on?
Yes, so I definitely see AI as a game-changing technology. The same friend that talks about warming up her network used the analogy to electricity. That was the first time I'd heard that, because everyone's talking about sort of the second IT revolution after the internet in the 90s. Now, of course, electricity was a bigger deal than that. So if we are landing somewhere in between the internet revolution and the electricity revolution, let's just use that, then I think we're going to see some big changes. I have some research on the impact of generative AI on firm values. So because GPT can do a lot of routine cognitive tasks, it can, improve the productivity of a lot of firms, and it has had a big impact on firm values. And I recently wrote with a colleague of mine here at UCLA an article that, kind of expands that work to look more closely on what's happening in finance. So not to go too far in the weeds, but if you look into the occupations in the US, there are basically 20,000 tasks that make up these 900 occupations that we do. If you zoom into finance, let's say each occupation has 15 tasks. Some of those are core tasks, like they're essential to the job function. Some of them are supplementary, meaning they make the occupation more productive, but you could potentially do the occupation without them. Finance has a very high exposure to tasks that generative AI can do, because it's a lot of calculations, it's a lot of data, it's a lot of coding, and GPT is really good at that. But the thing is that within finance, a lot of the core tasks have a strong interpersonal element. And coming back to what I said before, this is something that we learn over and over in finance, is that it is really personal. To this day, at least, people are not willing to trust machines solely with financial decisions. Even if you have an algorithmic trading model, you have humans looking over it. So I see AI as a big trend. I encourage everyone to get facile with those tools, get familiar with them. So even if you're not going to be, building your own AI models, I think it's a good idea to understand what those models are doing. I think the review article that Gregor Schubert and I wrote, it's called AI in Finance. You can get it on SSRN. It has a toolbox. So it'll tell you about the BERT models. It'll tell you about GPT and how it works, retrieval augmented generation, and kind of all the cool things that you can do. And that's mainly on the kind of research side. There's a creative side too, with image generation and branding and all of that I encourage you to play around with, that I've seen, through my son. So that's a huge trend. Other trends, the ETF space that I'm involved with is really active. It's a growth area. It's young. It's fun. I feel like it's good at adopting new ideas. and good at kind of, Lindsay, to your point, to making new asset classes more liquid and investable. So I think that's, it's a continuing trend, but I think it's a really exciting one. I think the other thing that is, private credit, I think that's a trend. And so that's something that's at the beginning of the life cycle. And I think that's really interesting for asset managers because and you guys should chime in on this, but from a historical perspective, just looking at what the academic research shows or what my cohorts shows, there's a huge, or what I saw in asset management, there's just a huge benefit from being in the right asset class at the right time. So Lindsay, you talked about kind of people recently have ridden this wave post GFC. If you're in US equities, hurrah, it's been good times, right? So private credit being something that's a growth industry can be a really exciting place to be. And then the last thing I guess I'll touch on is kind of, I think, I'm a believer in diversification. I'm a believer in kind of trying to minimize taxes and fees. I do think we're at a point in time with kind of a very high concentrated exposure to a very small number of stocks that we're seeing a big interest again in a little bit more active management in the equity space. And by active management, I don't necessarily mean market timing. I mean, an equity portfolio that moves away from market cap weighting. So those are a few trends, but finance is so fun. There's always something new. Right?
Yeah, there definitely.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, Jay, do you want me to
yeah, definitely get into it.
And I'll start from like the highest, broadest level from, my lens in family office, allocator land, and then go down as you did nicely, Andrea, into kind of more specific trends and investments and opportunities therein. But going back to that, $84 trillion question to share some perspective. And I think about family offices and all their allocators and asking everybody in the room to close your eyes for a minute and think of yourself, and I'm dating myself here, but at the pinnacle of wealth, Scrooge McDuck, diving and swimming in that pile of money, right, as he did in DuckTales, and sign me up, right? However, I think it was Vince Lombardi, and I'm not a huge football person, who said the man at the top of the mountain didn't fall there. So it's like, being at a family office, networking often with other allocators, endowments, foundations, institutions, we're, like it or not, looked on upon for our views, for our insights that kind of trickle down to other investments and investors. So I kind of see it as incumbent to take accountability of that challenge and responsibility, and to have the best ideas rise and share and communicate those ideas. At the top of that, I think there's a huge shift, and this is why I like that theme and movement of health, wealth, and legacy, with this intergenerational transfer from reactive to proactive, right? So I remember when I was a kid, and this was before all this technology and AI could read everything for me quickly, or I can look it up on Dr. Google. If I hurt my arm, I'd go to the doctor, right? If I got sick, I'd reactively go to the doctor. So much now is focused on lifespan, longevity, proactive healthcare, right? And this whole notion of health span, not just the quantity, but the quality and the longevity of life, and all that's tied in. And I think the same thing is happening in wealth management. So not a health span, but a wealth span, not just to focus on creating wealth, not just to focus on one investment. Is it a trend in private credit or what it was crypto, but the legacy itself, and turning accumulated wealth into a legacy, right? So that shift from wealth and investments to wealth span. So I think those are kind of overarching trends. And the third overarching trend I'll talk about is that the face of wealth is changing. And we alluded to this earlier, but of that 84 trillion, I don't know, is it 68, 86? I don't know. But about 30 trillion of that is going to women. Is it gray-haired divorces, surviving spouses, younger and inheriting females? And also to younger, right? Intergeneration is all about like the next generation, whether it's G1, G2, whatever, however many generations your family is. We're on G4 and 650 family members. It's a big holiday meals, our family office. That, it's just noting all of those overarching trends. Again, we at our family office, and though a lot of others, while there's some shift between generations, it's finding and defining your philosophy, your process, understanding the people and the performance. What are your return attributes, and creating an investment policy or framework and governance policy that works and blends together all of those elements. In terms of specific investments, we tend to because we have the core of our family office is real estate, our alternative portfolio is supposed to be uncorrelated to real estate. So very heavy for many years, starting in the 80s, in hedge funds, for the traditional hedge funds that just generated consistent returns. A lot of those big multi-strategy names that are hard to close now, but pretty legendary. And over time, we've pivoted since aligning with them into looking at private equity because of the market shift. So private credit's falling into favor because of what's been going on in the markets, but private equity for a newer entrant or even an existing entrant, but a newer entrant into later funds. A couple of years ago, you basically had to sign up with the blind pool, right? Every fund was itching to close super quick. And if you wanted to get in, blind pool meaning you don't know necessarily what their investment pipeline is. You don't know exactly what investment 1, investment 2, investment 3 is going to look like. They're just raising $300 million. With that, you don't even know if they have $50 million of investable investments, right? And a ready stage to invest in. What this current environment has given is more of a look-see under the hood to see really what is your pipeline, how do you handle difficult markets? And again, stress is the wrong word, but it puts really good insight into, sure, return attributes are great in terms of historical statistics and are you adhering to them? But the relationship itself, how do you handle yourself in aberrant times that don't make your industry or sector flourish, right? And that's really how some of our longest standing relationships have been time tested, right, and stamped, and how we've lost other ones, right? So we like certain select private equity. I remember with crypto, when I talk about the difference between fad or trendiness versus fundamentals, which are more secular and here to stay, I think private credit is a shift that's more fundamental and not trendy, as opposed to crypto. And now there needed to be transparency and clarity and regulation, all the things that are happening. And now there's, some investments there. But I remember, earlier before the FTX bubble, I was at one of the big investment conferences, and I pick up swag, not for myself, well, sometimes for myself, but mostly for my kids, and brought home a T-shirt. This was probably January. It was one of the big Florida conferences in January, and it was August of that year, and this must have been 2022. And my husband's like, "What is our daughter wearing?" And I'm like, "What? It's cute. It's an oversized T-shirt. It's a nightgown. It's summer. Who cares?" He's like, what is she wearing?" I'm like, "Oh, it's an FTX T-shirt that she was wearing." And I was like, "Oh my goodness, you're right. That's going to be legendary someday. We've got to take that up and preserve it." It just tells you how rapidly, if there aren't fundamentals or certain emerging asset classes aren't proven, we have to be careful that they're not bubbly or too frothy. I think there's probably some of that in private credit right now. Usually when conferences pivot to have a whole separate day on an asset class, to me that says buyer beware a little bit, and make sure to pay attention to who you're investing with. Don't just go with, so many people are in it, quality matters. But I do think that that's more of a fundamental asset class. Other prevalent trends underneath that we will enter into, we'll invest in funds on the alternative side. So our funds is like you were saying, AI. We don't have a huge thesis on AI other than it's happening. And I heard a really brilliant investor and professor at Stanford, Dr. Eng, once kind of make the equivalent of AI as, because there's this notion, is a robot going to place my job, drive my car, what's going to happen? And it's kind of described as that movie Ratatouille, where it's, it's almost like the rat under your hat. So it's kind of like, do you want that advantage, right? And use that and integrate that into your persona, your firm, at all those levels I was talking about earlier, or not. And that's probably what's going to make somebody, keep their job or probably get phased out over time. I mean, we're even doing that at layers in our organization as well.
I was just going to say, I heard AI described it as it's an engine. You want to drive it.
Yeah.
So yes, I love the Ratatouille though.
Yeah. I know, my son and I just read that.
Oh, it's such a cute
I love
movie.
and Caroline and Abigail, again, I know you're at school right now, but when you hear this later, they're saying right now, Mommy, that's your favorite movie. You always want to watch it with us. But, and then I think, there's been a counter trend, a shift away from ESG. We've seen that backwash over the past 12 months, not a defocus on the elements of it, but maybe the right way to integrate it and implement it is not necessarily through ESG funds, but maybe in investing in companies or funds or firms or integrating into your own corporation, themes that are focused on energy transition or elements of ESG governance, breaking it down a little bit more and figuring out the right ways to integrate those as opposed to it being like this separate pillar of investment. So those are just some of the trends that, and I'm sure there's more, but for the sake of time.
Yeah. So we do have a few minutes left. I just want to end Andrea, is there anything that I missed? Is there something that you want to get across that, I didn't touch on?
I can't think of something that, you should have asked. I guess I'll pick up on kind of a theme that Lindsay had touched on. So, I always tell my MBA students that there are so many acronyms in finance, and acronyms are great because they're a barrier to entry. So if you're inside the wall with all the acronyms, that's great because now no one else can come in and you're going to get paid more. But our job as educators is to kind of, make sure that there are no barriers to entry, that everyone is welcome and everyone can come in and, everyone knows the acronyms. And so last year I actually learned a new acronym. I thought FIRE, F-I-R-E, was finance, insurance, and real estate, like the industry. And I learned last year that FIRE is financially independent, retire early. And that I had never heard this before. And, like I said, these are people in their late 20s, maybe early 30s. I thought, gosh, I don't think I thought about retirement, from a personal side until much later. But I think what you're bringing up is exactly right. I have a friend from Simplify, colleague, who was telling me about a book he was reading called, I think it's called Die with Zero. And so, we are all taught to save more and to make sure that we are, that we have enough in retirement. But I think there is this other question of, what are your life goals and how can you, kind of make the money about achieving those life goals rather than just having the most resources. And then there's this important question with the wealth transfer of how do you draw it down? I thought that the biggest puzzle, because there are a lot of studies on what mistakes young people make, like don't save enough or kind of do too much market timing and churn their trades and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't know what the, kind of puzzles were for the older generations. And it turns out that, I thought that they would maybe be very conservative and kind of worried about the national debt, because I remember, my grandparents actually being worried about the same things that we are actually currently worried a little bit about now. But the other puzzle or kind of challenge is, how do you draw down your money optimally? It turns out that actually the older generation is consuming kind of considerably less during their retirement years than during their working years. And some of it makes sense because you don't have kids at home and things like that. But, it's an open question of how do you figure out like a good plan for, for how to enjoy the wealth that you've created. So I think those are, fun things to think about in a way that's going to, help the people that are enjoying the wealth that they've created over their successful lifetimes.
Yeah. Lindsay, any final thoughts or something that you wanted to touch on?
Yeah, I think we've had this wonderful opportunity to inform a real dialogue here. So how can we individually and collectively, at all of those levels that we were talking about before, the corporate, the allocator, the individual investor level, shift the paradigm here. One thing I referred to earlier, make a meeting, take a meeting. And how do we do this with the DEI, CWIM lens here? Expand our networks in a diverse manner. And if you're reached out to as a mentor or after this, reach out on LinkedIn or for feedback, take the meeting and share your view or make the meeting, right? And this is advice I give to my children at their age appropriate levels as well. Don't be afraid to expand the known boundaries, challenge the status quo. We are seeing some backlash I mentioned on ESG, but that means what we're doing is having resonance, right? And so even if we just shift the acronym or integrate it in a different way, it means that what we're doing resonates and has a reaction and is making a difference. So DEI, the code, what we're doing, CWIM, it exists, and it's catalyzing change. Not all change is comfortable at first, but it's in the realm and it's moving forward, right? And it's changing the spectrum of what's known and comfortable to what's more acceptable, and we can build on that momentum multidimensionally. And lastly, use your voice, or equivalent to what that is for you, your role within your company. Use your strength to catalyze change. So for some of us, that's our voice. For others of us, it's coming up with a new code or a new way of presenting or communicating. If your company has a DEI committee, go up and say, what can I do to help, from my level at the organization? And then turning onto this notion of, from reactive to proactive, thinking of this notion of wealth span and focus not just on creating and investing wealth, but on the legacy itself. Wherever all of us are in our career journeys, be it beginning, mid, or more, latter part, we're all within our legacy and defining it constantly. So this notion of constantly changing, learning, growing, building, expanding our networks, I think is really important. So I just want to thank, Jade, Andrea, and again, CWIM for having us today to share in this important conversation.
No, thank you. This was fascinating. I know I'm going to warm up my network. I'm going to learn more about AI. I got a lot of work to do. So I appreciate your time and thank you so much, Dr. Ice. Lindsay, thank you again. And it was a fascinating discussion.
This was so much fun. I learned so much.
Likewise.
Yeah,
likewise.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everyone, we're going to take a quick break before we hear from our meditation guru.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi, James. All right, we are back, and I'm so excited to introduce James Brown to everyone. He is the founder at Flow Meditation, and he is not your typical kind of meditation, thinking back, from and all that kind of stuff that you think about when you think about meditation. So I'm so excited to hear what he has to say today. He uses the Vedic, I think, is that the right term?
Vedic.
Vedic. Okay. And so I can't wait to hear about that. So James, I'll turn it over to you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And hold on one second. I gotta get something going. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is James Brown, which, of course, is its own inherent source of comedy, because I am not that James Brown. But I'm the meditation teacher, James Brown. And I'm here to talk about meditation, hopefully in a way that will unlock its power for you. In fact, I just want to level set. I can't teach anyone to meditate in a half-hour workshop, but what I can do is open a door of possibility that will let you see that meditation can be approached differently. And if you can approach it differently, you might have a different result. Because I meet a lot of people over the years. I've taught thousands of people to meditate. And I've never taught a single person who said, I'm here to learn because I have exactly the right number of thoughts in my head, right? Everybody has too many thoughts. I've never had someone come to learn saying, I'm here to learn to meditate because I have too many nice thoughts. It's like, no, when people talk about having too many thoughts, they have too much anxiety, too much negative self-talk, too much worry, or they're just barraged by the nonstop to-do list thoughts and mundane thoughts and silly thoughts and repetitive thoughts, and they want some relief. And I think the power of meditation is that it can offer that relief, but only if you find a way that makes it work for you. And for as many people as I meet who have made meditation work, made it a regular practice in their life, I meet at least 10 times that many people who have tried it, or they have dabbled, or they do it only in case of emergencies. Sort of like when you're drowning, you let the lifeguard throw you the floaty thing. But if you can find a way to make meditation more of a habit, ingrain it into your life, then there are many, many more situations in which you don't need anyone to throw you anything because you've already got it. In fact, I want to talk about meditation in a way, as I said, the reason I'm here is because I taught meditation to one of the early co-founders of CWIM, and it changed her life. And I know that's a big promise that it can change your life, but I think meditation can change your life because it has the power to polish and expand the lens of consciousness through which you experience everything, right? Because you experience everything in consciousness. Every emotion, every action, every experience is in consciousness. And that idea of polishing and expanding the lens of consciousness implies, of course, that sometimes that lens can get really constricted and sometimes it can get really dirty. And that's where I want to start, because why is that? Like I said, most people think they have too many thoughts. Many people have too many negative thoughts. And because we experience all that thinking in the mind, it feels very personal. It feels like me. It feels like my mind. My mind is uniquely, sorry, I was just looking at, I have to turn off the chat. Otherwise I get a little distracted. So if anyone has anything to say in the chat, hopefully, Adrian, you will let me know. Is that because we experience all that thinking in the mind, it feels very personal. And so people think, oh, it's my mind that runs too fast. It's my mind that can't shut off. It's my mind that's crazy. And I think if we want to understand how to unlock the power of meditation, we have to first take a moment and think about what is the source of all that thinking? Because I promise you, it's not your mind. And so I want to use this as a little prop. I'm a cyclist, so I have these all over the place. And I want you to imagine that this is a bottle of kombucha. I used to say Coke, and then someone said, Coke's really bad for you. And I'm like, okay, fine, kombucha. So let's imagine this is artisanal organic kombucha. And I'm going to shake it and shake it and shake it and shake it. And then if I go to open it, people are like, no, no, don't open it. Why? I know why, because it's going to be a big foamy mess. And after cleaning up the big foamy mess, right, nobody takes off the cap and says, here's the problem. Some bottle engineer has to design a better kombucha cap. No, I know the problem is the shaking. The problem is the agitation. And so I want you to take that metaphor of agitation and make it personal, bring it home. I would say in the way we live our lives, there are two sources of agitation that result in a very foamy experience in consciousness with too many thoughts and too many of those negative. The first is that we are part of this culture of relentless productivity. We're taught from a very early age that our job is to get everything done and do as good a job as possible, and then see if we can even get better at that. And so we have this idea that if we should be doing, and that the secret to a successful life is unlocking the perfect system of bullet journaling and task management and project this, and we live as if life is one very long to-do list and our job is to get everything done, right? So, Adrian on her sort of, on her tombstone or her mushroom suit or her urn or whatever path, they wrote the epitaph, Adrian, she got it all done. Oh my God, what a great life Adrian must have had. Yay, good for her, right? It's absurd. No one's going to get everything done. They would just give you more. Or you, being the self-starter that you are, you would give yourself more. And so this emphasis on always being productive, on always getting as much done, on doing as good a job as possible, has most people that I meet kind of feeling they're on the cusp of overwhelm, that there's not enough time to get everything done and be the person that they know they're supposed to be. And so that creates a way of being in the world that turns our brains on and has it running all the time in the background, thinking about what's next and what I have to do before that and what I have to do after that, and on and on and on. And so we essentially condition our brains to always be on and then wonder why we can't shut them off, right? And so this to-do list obsession, I would call it, is this first primary source of that agitation that I talked about, right? And so raise your hand if you're with me on this, right? If you feel that pressure to always be busy, to get as much done as possible, and always feeling like maybe you don't have quite enough time. And then that, as it turns out, is a very stressful way to live. And stress is the second and biggest agitating factor that leads to that foamy consciousness that then leads a lot of people to think, I should learn to meditate. And because when we think about stress, stress is a physiological response. Stress is not in the world, it is in the body. It conditions our nervous system. So when we're under stress, and whether that's full-on freak out mode or just that feeling of always being on the edge of not being able to get everything done, it conditions our respiration rate, it conditions the way our heart beats, it conditions the way our brain works, it affects our digestion, everything about us. And it creates an us that is in the world essentially with a default font that's looking for problems, finding plenty, looking for things to overreact to, finding plenty, and worrying about a lot of stuff, even when things are actually fine. Right? And so when you take those two contributory factors, a doing obsessed culture and stress, you have the recipe for the experience and consciousness that brings a lot of people to learn to meditate. And so what happens when people come to learn to meditate? Typically, what they try to do is do it and do a good job at it. They try to sit still. They try to focus. They try to concentrate. They try to follow along with a guided meditation and follow all the prompts and visualize and open this chakra and move energy to that place. And it's a lot of doing. And it frequently is met with a lot of frustration because people feel that they can't do it well or well enough to justify the time. And so what I want to do for you is I want to share an approach to meditation that changed the game for me, that changed the game in such a phenomenal way, profound way, that ended up leaving a career as a creative director in advertising and becoming a meditation teacher so I could share this with you. And it has to do with finding a way of approaching meditation that addresses those two sources that I talked about, right? So I'm going to share with you an approach to meditation in which you're not doing very much and not trying to get better at what you're doing. And you're practicing in such a way that one of the biggest, most commonly experienced benefits is that you begin to sort of shed the stress that we're under. It's a very powerful stress relieving practice. And so it has to do with learning how to essentially get out of your own way and allow yourself to meditate, as opposed to looking at it as yet another thing to do. All right. And so for this experience, what I want to do is I'm going to teach you to use the breath the way if I had more time with you, if you were to take a course with me, whether that's self-study on your own or we do a private course, is that I want to teach you how to use the breath like a diving board, not like an anchor. Usually when people learn to use the breath in meditation, it's as an anchor. And focus and concentration to maintain focus on the breath is meant to do in the mind what an anchor does for a boat in a stream. And there's nothing wrong with that approach. It's a very traditional approach. It's led to a lot of success for a lot of people, but it's not the approach that I want to share with you. And I think what I will share with you might unlock meditation in a way that focused mindfulness approach maybe hasn't. Or maybe hasn't in a way that you've been able to make it a habit and stick with so you can appreciate and experience all the benefits of meditation, right? So I'm going to invite you to use, as I said, the breath like a diving board. And why do I say diving board? Because most people have jumped off a diving board at some point in their life, or at least you've seen someone do it. And so you know that the diving board is an important part of the experience, but that it is not the experience, right? You have to let go of the board to have the dive, all right? And so what I want to do right now, we'll have a short meditation, and then I want to talk to you about how this approach might fit with you and take some questions, okay? So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to sit comfortably and close your eyes. This is an eyes closed practice. And I'd like to begin with about a minute of focused attention on the breath. I know I said we're going to do something different, but this will be a nice contrast. So I want you to close your eyes and breathe very gently in through the nostrils, into the belly. And release through the nostrils. If your nose is stuffed up, you can breathe through your mouth, but it's best to breathe through the nose if you can. So breathing into the belly and releasing. And again, we're not doing any special kind of yogic breathing. We're not trying to fill the lungs completely or pause at the top or bottom or empty them completely. Just very gentle breathing. And when we breathe in this way, we stimulate the vagus nerve, which is the key parasympathetic nerve, which is the part of your nervous system that is the counterpoint to stress. So just breathing in this way for a minute or so is kind of a nice on-ramp into meditation. Once we breathe very gently, noticing the sensations of the inhale and the exhale. And now I want you to take a deep breath in and hold for a moment. And then release the breath fully. And now, I want you to become what I call barely aware of the breath. So not focusing the lens of consciousness onto the breath in any particular way, just notice that you're breathing. So as my kid would say, not a selfie on the breath, but a wide angle shot with the breath maybe kind of near the middle-ish. And notice when we hold awareness of the breath this lightly in such a big open circle of awareness, not focusing on it, just being aware of it, that you can be aware of the breath and all of the noises around you at the same time. Notice that you can be aware of the breath and aware of other sensations flowing in from the body. But most importantly, notice that you can be aware of the breath and be thinking other thoughts at the same time. Try it now. There is no conflict. This is not a practice in which I'm going to ask you to focus, to narrow the lens of attention, or use concentration, which is mental effort, to maintain that narrow focus. Instead, we're going to cultivate what I call wide angle present moment awareness, in which we include everything about the experience into an as meditation, resisting no part of it. And so now I'm going to stop talking, really, because the power of meditation is being able to meditate on your own without someone else's voice guiding you. And it's a lot easier than you might think. So I'm going to stop talking, and your job is going to be pretty simple. It's to have the light intention of being aware of the breath, but to hold that intention so lightly that you let it go. And you allow the experience to unfold, which means you allow yourself to be aware of the breath and noises and sensations and thoughts. And only when one of your many thoughts is, oh, I've completely forgotten the breath, well, then good job. Now your job is to come back to it, not trying to do a better job, not trying to hold on to it tighter. So really, it's just a way of being in meditation as opposed to yet another thing to do. So let's just be that way together for a few minutes. Remember, you're not trying to have fewer thoughts or nicer thoughts. Any number of thoughts and any kind of thoughts are just fine. If you find yourself noticing any resistance, just notice the resistance. You don't have to try to fix anything about this experience. Okay, let's keep the eyes closed, but I want to return to that more focused practice by lightly focusing on the sensations of the inhale and the exhale. So again, just sort of narrowing that lens of consciousness in a way that gives the mind something to do again. You might like having something to do with the mind, but whether you like it or feel it's a bit of a burden, it's definitely different than that sort of free-flowing, allowing practice we were just engaged in. And we're going to talk about that. Okay. So if you want, you can stretch. Take a deep breath in, hold for a moment, release, and then open your eyes. All right. So I can't see any of you, but having done this kind of a workshop and taught this approach to meditation for a long time and done the workshops for many times, I can guess some of the things that might have been happening for you, right? You may have felt a racing mind. You may have felt very relaxed. You may have noticed that your breathing was shallow or even non-noticeable. What I want to do is circle back to those two causal factors of the agitation and kind of close the loop on that, because when they first started studying this approach to meditation in a lab in the late 60s, early 70s, the scientist who ran those studies ended up writing a book called The Relaxation Response. Because what he found was that when people practice this technique with more training than I've given you, right, and using a mantra, not the breath, within the first 60 seconds or so, everyone showed a decrease in heart rate, a decrease in respiration rate, a decrease in blood pressure, decrease in lactase levels in the bloodstreams. And then some of those more coherent signs started showing up in the brain, right? The brain started to move away from task-dominated thinking, right? Prefrontal cortex, sort of, executive functioning making, into this more free-flowing, open, coherent brainwave state that's more typical in people experiencing flow states, which would be little kids. I don't know if any of you have little kids, but little kids, no one on this planet is more present than a 4-year-old, and they don't need to go to meditation courses. Right? But 4-year-olds are useless. And so we send them to school, start learning how to focus and concentrate and get something done and then get the next thing done, and et cetera, et cetera. And jazz musicians while improvising who are in a flow state, co-creating in real time, not trying to improvise, but it's just flowing through them. And so when you meditate in this way, your brain looks like a toddler's and a jazz musician's while improvising. And so you have a practice that's about being in the moment, not trying to accomplish anything in particular, not approaching meditation as yet another thing to do and do well. And you have a very stress relieving practice, a recharging and re-energizing practice. And that's why it's been such a successful practice with people who have a lot to do and experience a lot of stress in their lives. So that being said, I'd love to open it up for some questions and comments and just ask, how was that for you? And what questions can I answer about it? I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read things in the chat.
Hey, James, I'll help you out here so you don't have to worry about that. So I have a question while we're waiting on other people to ask questions. So how did you learn about this method? Like, how did you kind of fall into this?
I started by trying to learn Buddhism. I started in my mid-30s, so that was 30 years ago. I'll be 64 in a couple of weeks. And I tried sitting super still. I tried focusing. I tried concentrating. I tried chanting mantras again and again and again and again, which is different than the kind of mantras that I teach with. And I failed. I walked away from that experience convinced I couldn't meditate, that my mind was too busy, my life was too crazy, too noisy. And it wasn't until life really got noisy and crazy after my wife and I adopted our first child, and life kind of fell apart, to be quite honest with you. I had a terrible job at the time that I was trying to hold on to, that I read on a friend's blog that he'd been practicing this Vedic meditation and it had worked for him. And I was like, tell me about it. He goes, I can't. I'm going fishing in Baja, but my teacher's coming into town and teaching a course, so you should go. And I went and I learned, and it changed my life. So that's how I was pretty convinced that I couldn't meditate, but I was curious enough to give it a try. So yeah, that's how I discovered it.
Well, that is intriguing, and I maybe should try that method because I have not had success with other methods either.
Yeah.
So just kind of doing some research about what you do, can you talk a little bit, even though this is probably mostly female, mostly females in the audience, can you talk about the Meditation for Mad Men program? That sounded interesting to me.
Well, I came from advertising, right? And so advertising is famously a very stressful business. And when I was looking to figure out who I was going to be a good teacher for, I kind of fell into teaching in agencies because I went to go teach a couple of friends of mine who wanted to learn because they wanted to save both their marriage and their business and ended up happily losing both. And meditation allowed them the clarity to see that they were meant to divorce and meant to close their business and then go on to better marriages and better businesses. But at the last minute, they said, well, you give talks, right? Why don't we just invite a bunch of ad folks here and you'll give a talk? And I gave a talk to my people, ad people, and it was fantastic. And from that, I learned that, oh, I'm not the most overtly spiritual meditation teacher. I don't have a bell that I ring. In fact, if any of you are Ted Lasso fans, you know how Coach Roy just yells the word whistle, right? He doesn't actually have a whistle. When I'm teaching a workshop in person, sometimes I'll just say ding, like I don't have a bell. And so I realized that, oh, I tend to work well and interact well and resonate maybe well within a corporate environment, within a company environment. So I teach in a lot of companies. I teach a lot at LinkedIn and Microsoft and a lot of tech firms and advertising agencies. And so advertising meditation for madmen was the program I launched to sort of try to get agencies to see the wisdom of letting people take a break. So yeah.
That's great. I love that idea. Okay, so a couple of questions have come in. How long should we aim to meditate for? And is it better to sit or lie down when learning to meditate?
You should try to meditate for 2 hours. No, I'm kidding.
I was like, well, I don't have that. So.
I teach people to meditate twice a day. I would say for 5, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So I think 10 minutes, most people can find 10 minutes even in a busy day because that's how long it takes to get a cup of coffee. And meditation can fit in a little window like that and can be incredibly effective. In the same way that if your phone's running slow, you turn it off and turn it back on and it works better. Your brain starts to get a little fogged in the middle of the afternoon, turn it off. You meditate for 10 minutes, right? In this flowing, allowing where you're not trying to do very much approach. And then you come back to work and you're much more productive, much more resilient. So I think 2 10-minute meditations in the morning and middle of the day, late afternoon, early evening are phenomenal for busy people. And then if you could ramp that up to 15 minutes, especially in the morning where you have a little more time, 20 minutes, but you don't need to meditate. We're not monks, right? We have things to do. And so the idea that you're supposed to meditate for an hour in the morning and then again, that doesn't work for most people. So yeah, and then learning to meditate lying down and sitting down. In the technique that I teach people to sit up, but in a chair with back support. And the reason for that is because if you lie down or lie back, it tends to promote sleep since you're not doing as much. And we don't want to resist sleep if it happens. If you fall asleep when meditating, you're still doing it right, but we don't want to encourage it. And so there are other techniques that are laying down, like at the end of a yoga class or something. But the technique I teach is a seated technique, but not rigidly like a monk because you're not a monk. So yeah.
Right. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Yeah, I see people turning their cameras on, which is usually a good sign that they might have a question or a comment.
Yes, let's see. I was looking for raised hands, although I can't see people raising their
Melissa
hands.
Hahn, are you in San Francisco?
I'm actually in Pasadena, but
but you have the Bay
nearby.
Bridge. You have the Golden Gate Bridge because I'm like 4 miles from that bridge right now.
Wonderful. It's a beautiful city.
Okay, good. Well, Pasadena's nice too. So yeah.
Oh, I thought Melissa had a question. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone else have a question?
How was that? Did people find that easy or hard or oddly both easy and hard? Sometimes it can kind of be both.
I think it's so much, to me, it's just so much better than any other method I've tried. For me, that's how I feel. So I'm going to take this away and try to do this a couple of times a day. Now, when Ariel asked about laying down, I was like, no, that would not work for me. I would fall asleep. But I definitely think that this would be helpful for me. And I think this was a great break and can, give everybody needs a break. Everybody works too much or, has too much going on. So I think it would be a
Yeah.
great thing for everyone to do.
Excellent. And so you shared for everyone, I created a little PDF that I shared that has a QR code on it. And as sort of a thank you for allowing me to sort of be here, I have both an online course I created, and you guys get a pretty good discount if you use the QR code. And then I also do a lot of private teaching, one-on-one with people, which is how I ended up connecting with Regina, which connected me to you. So there's the self-study approach, and then for companies, I do a lot of different kinds of programs, cohort-based programs and things, and so a lot of opportunities if people want to go a little deeper. So yeah, excellent.
Well, thank you so much, James. And y'all, please be sure to check out his discounts. I actually have talked to him about coming to my company. We've been through some changes, and I think it would be very helpful. So I'm still working on that. But thank you again. This was a great break and really, really helpful. So we really appreciate it.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so now we are going to switch over. This is our last keynote speaker, or speakers rather, for the summit. And I'm so excited to introduce to you Paul Oschenwanger. He is, did I mispronounce your name? Because I'm really bad at names.
It's been a lot worse. You're doing good.
Okay, I try. So Paul is a great champion of collaborative WIM. He will be our moderator today, but he is actually one of our CWIM advisors and sponsors. So thank you so much for that. And he has helped us out so many times. He's the founder of Wendell Rhodes, and he also has a great podcast. He's a performance coach. So if anybody is looking for that, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help with that. And he is moderating a book by Andy Malinsky, who is, let's call him a repeat offender for collaborative WIM. He actually did the second book club. I think it was back in Q3 of 21. And that book was called Reach. And we are so excited to have Andy here, along with his co-author, Melissa Hahn. Melissa is an author and an intercultural consultant and professor, and they will be discussing their book, Forging Bonds in a Global Workforce. And I spoke with them about their book earlier before this summit, and it was so intriguing and interesting, and I cannot wait to hear what they have to say today. So I'll let you take it away, Paul.
Great. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate it. And we're going to have fun. This is going to be a little different than the previous, 3 sessions, but I think ties in really well and what we're coming off with what's going on in the world and forging relationships and trust and how we effectively build relationships and all those great things. And so we have this is almost like a format, like it's a book club, but the only difference is people joining us today didn't have to read the book. I hope they did. I hope you'll read it afterwards. But we have the co-authors who, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys still have not met each other in person yet. Is that right?
That's true.
Which just shows the power of communication, that we don't have to be physically next to each other. I bet you guys know each other about as well as anybody else in your network of people and friends, even family maybe. So my first question is around inspiration. What inspired you to write the book, and what makes it different, and how does it build upon some of your previous work? So whoever wants to take that first, but I'm sure both of you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having us. We're excited to be here, and thanks, Paul, for moderating, putting up with us. Yeah, what inspired us to write this book about forging bonds, building relationships across cultures? I mean, the bottom line, I think, is that this is something that we both recognize is really important from our work. Melissa is a coach, teacher, consultant. Me as a professor. Actually, I mean, we kind of do some of the same things, but we noticed in our networks that there were no good. We got a lot of questions about this, but there were no good resources, and you would think there'd be good resources. I mean, in fact, we thought there'd be if we looked and kind of made sure there weren't any like great books out there about building relationships across cultures, but there weren't. My first book wasn't Reach, actually, the one that I spoke here about, but it was what was several years before that, called Global Dexterity, which was focused for individual people about how to adapt and adjust your behavior across cultures. So for me, this is sort of bringing my work, at least, from the individual person to the relationship. But that's me. Melissa, I maybe you have other inspirations.
Yeah, so thank you everybody from me as well. It's great to be here. I would say that one additional reason I was motivated to write the book is that I saw a lot of people struggling with the application of all the material out there. There's no shortage of material about culture, about cultural differences, about identity. We've had a lot of conversations in our society and around the world. But all that information wasn't seeming to amount to skills and, competencies and capacities that people felt like they were equipped and ready to engage with others on their team. And so I wanted to try to give them something that would be like a starter guide to how they could forge bonds themselves. I wanted to show them how possible it was. I wanted to help them see that it really was a very practical skill. And so together with Andy, I think we just wanted to kind of fill this gap in the material that was available and also really motivate people to feel like this is something that they could do better in their own lives.
So curious, what has been some of the feedback so far of your book where people have actually taken some of the concepts and they've made it real and they've said, hey, thanks to you, here's what's been different, here's what's been better, it really worked. What are just like one or two things that you can pinpoint that say, hey, it's really working?
I can go. Are you ready, Andy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
I was talking a few weeks ago with a team at a hospital that treats a lot of international patients, and they were really struggling because the volume of cultural differences that they encounter is really too much to memorize. They have good intentions, but they're very busy in nursing and providing medical care, and they can't possibly set aside time to master every single culture that they may come into contact with someday. They felt really inspired to see that there were all these small ways that they could start to connect with the patients and the families, and that they could do it sort of on the spot, spontaneously deploying these frameworks and these tools. So they felt like that was going to be really workable for them. And I haven't actually heard back yet. I'm eager to follow up with them after they've had a couple of weeks to try it out. But the initial feedback was really promising.
That's great. Andy, thoughts there?
Yeah, sure. I was just thinking about that too. I mean, I guess I have two answers, one general and one specific. The general answer is that whenever you write a book, this book, other books, people always sort of find something that they find really interesting. They kind of find a piece.
At least if there's one thing, that's great. Yeah.
You hope is one thing, but they kind of hook onto a piece and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. And then someone else will say something completely different. So luckily we've got a lot of nuggets in there. It's sort of like you know, like a recipe book. Like there's, oh my gosh, I love that recipe. And then someone's like, oh my gosh, I love that recipe. And so it's chock full of ideas. I would say one that immediately comes to mind specifically is small talk. And I was just Googling it, and I'll put it in the chat right now. We wrote a Harvard Business Review article about this too, but we cover it in the book, of course, with greater depth. I teach. I'm a professor at Brandeis University in Boston. And I teach in an MBA program, and I would say about maybe 75% of my students are not from the United States, but they know they need to make small talk in the United States. Many of them want jobs here, at least for the first couple of years. They understand that small talk is really important for building trust, building a connection, building a rapport, right? Initial rapport. True globally as well in certain ways and in certain contexts, but certainly in the United States. But a lot of them struggle, with the nuts and bolts of how to do it, plus some of the cultural differences. So that's one piece that I've gotten a lot of feedback about, but there are many others too.
That's really interesting because, historically, when we hear things like small talk or chatter, or they come across as kind of a negative, like this is irrelevant. It's not important, right? But what you're actually saying is small talk can still be an important aspect of building and developing relationships that are cross-cultural. And even the cultural part is, we have a lot of people that are now in the United States from other cultures and other countries. And so it's not that people are needing to build relationships outside of the country, that people come from all different cultures and could be within the US as well, right?
No question, absolutely. Plus, on top of it, we draw the psychology research in social psychology and also popularized in Malcolm Gladwell's book Blink suggests that people draw incredibly quick conclusions about others based on what they call thin slices of behavior, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I mean, it's kind of scary actually how fast people draw impressions. And I think, that's why it's really important, I think, to learn how to make small talk. I think at first some people do find it superficial, but what's really interesting is when you help people learn to step outside their cultural comfort zones, they actually, not everyone, but many people start to like it actually. And then the interesting thing is they go back to their culture where maybe small talk isn't as common, and then they feel a little bit like a fish out of water. So
Yes,
interesting. Yeah.
that is interesting. So obviously you did a lot of research, both of you, for this book. And I'm curious is what did you find were some of the most significant challenges that leaders face when you're trying to build these relationships, this trust, in terms of culturally diverse teams? And I'll start with Melissa, since this is CWIM, so we got to kind of get in this pattern of women first here. So Melissa, what are your thoughts there?
One of the challenges that we found is that people who have advanced to the leadership stage have often acquired skills without necessarily realizing or knowing how they've acquired them. So they may be very fluent working in diverse and global settings, but their team members aren't necessarily as equipped as they are. And so they may find themselves dealing with conflicts that they didn't anticipate because they just naturally assumed that it would be sort of it worked for them. Why can't their team members do it? And one thing that we found that's really helpful then is highlighting some of these frameworks that we have in the book to make them explicit so that their teams can then utilize them, kind of making the sort of implicit knowledge more obvious. So for one thing that we talked about is using Slack and other asynchronous sort of modalities to help build a sense of connectivity among the team members rather than just assuming that they'll naturally do it themselves. So you want to have some guidelines, you want to have some agreed upon standards for how you're going to do that. But there's a way that, especially in a virtual team, leaders can send the message that connecting with each other and establishing these bonds is important and is, encouraged, and then participating in that so that everybody on the team sees the leaders actively engaging and cultivating that sense of community. That's going to be much more effective than just assuming that because you're good at culture and you have a global perspective, that everybody in your team is going to be able to handle it on their own too.
That's great. So Andy, a question for you, and Melissa, feel free to chime in, but don't we tend to have labels or biases for people who come from certain countries? We say, oh, people from France, this, Germany, this. And so, this theory of people are really much more than their country. Can you just dive a little deeper into that premise and kind of challenge it and why that bias should be challenged?
Yeah, it's a great point. Humans, all of us create categories, in our minds very, very quickly and unconsciously. We create categories. It's just part of the way that our minds work cognitively. It can, it can help you. It can be a heuristic in some ways, but it can also, in this context, get you in trouble because you can end up stereotyping people or just simply making assumptions that an individual is characteristic of your impression of the culture that they come from. I think also another another challenge that leaders face, just to kind of bridge to your previous question too and connect to this one, is that in some ways it's not their fault. It's focusing on differences. The cross-cultural field is kind of obsessed with differences. Like when you talk about culture, you think of cultural differences, right? That's kind of like the term, and that gets to your category comment too. But the thing is that the way that you build relationships isn't by focusing on differences and avoiding mistakes and faux pas. That's important. You want to be aware of mistakes and faux pas, but that's not how you make, that's not how you forge bonds, right? Even in your own culture, you don't do it like that. The way that you building relationships is about building a sense of trust and rapport so that those mistakes don't matter as much in the first place, right? And so it's not about categories and about avoiding faux pas and mistakes. It's about finding ways to discover similarities, build rapport and connection and trust. I think that is the core of what we want to talk about in the book, and I think it's a big mistake people make, actually.
Yeah. Melissa, any thoughts there? Any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I think that this is especially important when you're working in an international business setting because there are cultural differences at the national level. If you take all the Italians and all of the South Africans and all of the Brazilians, at a very high level, you're probably going to be able to observe cultural norms and patterns. But the problem is that you actually have no idea if the person that's on your team or your client or your colleague is going to be reflective of those broad patterns. And there's actually a good chance that they won't, because if they're working in an international business setting, they may already have had a lot of experiences that kind of defy the typical patterns of their own country. So they may have studied abroad, they may have parents that come from multiple backgrounds, they may have already worked abroad, they may have had expat assignments, they may have traveled widely. And so you can't necessarily assume that just because you have a sense for what Japan is going to be like, that that particular person on your team from that particular generation, that particular professional specialty, are they in marketing? Are they in accounting? Those are very different types of people. So you want to be thinking, yes, there may be some relevant cultural differences, but like Andy said, you have no idea what that person's going to be like, and that's not how you normally connect. And I'll just use me and Andy as a quick example. If we had met and I had said, well, I'm a millennial, I'm a woman, okay, I'm Gen X, I'm a man, I'm from the West Coast, you're from the East Coast, you have kids, I don't. Okay, let's work together. Like that doesn't really spark that connection. But what we had in common, we both have dogs, we both have an interest in how people cross cultures in global work. Okay, that's the spark. It's relevant and interesting. Know the rest of the stuff. You want to be mindful of that. But I think just getting fixated on, oh, or even like we're just both American. Well, we're obviously not identical. We have very different communication styles, very different personalities. So I think recognizing the differences, but finding the nuance and the connective kind of fibers between them is what really is going to help you.
That's great. So are there a certain set of common questions that one can ask from either side as they're culturally, globally trying to build? Let's say that I've just been promoted and now I'm going from, managing a team of 20 in the US to now it's expanded to, 400 people that includes various countries and cultures and regions. Is there kind of a set of questions that will help me to kind of begin that dialogue, to build that relationship, that trust, that respect? And then on top of that, how does one become a better, more active listener? Because it seems like listening would be a big part of this element, since our tendency is to have a lot of things going on in our brain, and that we might even be asking the question, but we're not actively listening, and the person on the other end senses that, and therefore it's hard to build that relationship. So I'll throw that to both of you. Maybe Andy, if you want to address that first.
In terms of tips and tricks to
Yeah.
be an effective listener, I think, I mean, I think there are two parts of it. Part one is motivation. Part two is ability, right? So you have to want to be able to do it, and you have to be able to do it. The motivation part, you have to realize the benefits of listening, and the benefits of listening are that you are, first of all, you create an atmosphere where someone sort of potentially safe, trusting, collegial atmosphere where you show that you're interested in someone as a person, right? So that would be a benefit. Plus, another benefit, another reason to do it is that you might learn something really interesting if you listen to someone, right? You step out of your mind, step out of your head, step out of your experience, and you can broaden your horizons. And after all, isn't that the point of doing global work, or one of the points doing global work in the first place? So, I mean, there's a bunch of things on the motivation side, and you need to sort of, in some ways, discover your own why, right? Why it matters for you to do it. Because if you don't have that motivation, you're not going to do it. In terms of ability, I think one. I mean, there are probably many tips, but one that we think is important that we highlighted in the small talk article that comes to mind is asking open-ended versus closed-ended questions. I think that is gonna. So an open-ended question would be a question that invites a yes or no answer. Did you have a good trip, Paul? Yes. Right. It's opening the possibility of you giving me sort of a conversation stopping single word answer. Not your fault, but that, my question sort of elicited that, versus like, oh, tell me about your trip. You can't say yes, no, right? It in some ways, it's a catalyst for you to share more, and that sets the stage for you to share information that I can listen to and then potentially ask another follow-up question. And I might discover something. You might tell me about your trip and say you went to Malaysia. I don't know. You went to beaches in Malaysia because you love that part of the world. Maybe I have a connection to Malaysia. Maybe I love beaches. Maybe I'm curious about Malaysia. Maybe I'm not. And maybe I asked you some question that then gets more information out of you. And you said, yeah, it was really hard because we had to bring our 3 dogs with us. And I'm like, oh my gosh, 3 dogs, like whatever it might be. But you're asking questions, you're listening, and you're following up. And the key is that you want to try to be authentic too. Like you're not going to make something up. You're not going to like fake that you have some massive interest in Malaysia, right? It's because that's not going to really work for you or them. But I think that would be one tip. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Well, and just okay, as a follow-up, how important is it to have a bit of a tennis match where you're going back and forth in that conversation where it's not just so one-sided? Is it important for both sides to be asking and listening when we're talking about building a relationship culturally? Isn't that person on the other end also kind of wouldn't it help if they're also being authentic in some of the questions that they ask? Does it work both ways?
So my view is that yes, but that it isn't always like that.
Right. That's like ideally, but right, the reality
it isn't
is
always,
probably
it isn't always like that. So there's certain cultures, for instance, where it's perfectly acceptable to have long pauses of silence, or where you're culturally speaking, at least, there's a reticence to sharing personal information early on, or someone might be shy, personality wise, might be sort of introverted, maybe shy, maybe awkward. Maybe they come from a high power distance culture, and they're interacting with you, and you're a higher power person, and so they feel awkward and uncomfortable in that interaction, so they're not sharing as much. That can warm over time, though, and it can open up over time. So you don't want to draw those quick conclusions. I think you want to try to sort of go with the conversation as much as you can, and then see if it sort of starts to resemble something closer to what you're talking about.
That makes so much sense. And I remember reading that in the book. And so Melissa, I'll turn to you. I think you talk about the 6 elements of the relationship code. And we don't have enough time to talk about all of them, but can you talk about 1 or 2 of these and how global workers can apply them?
Yeah, so I'll just explain briefly that we wanted to see if there was a kind of process that was universal, first of all. Is there a universal pattern to establishing relationships around the world? And that's why we interviewed so many people. And of course, the answer is no, there's no universal way of getting to know you. So that the dance is going to feel a little bit different with everybody that you're talking to. But one of the differences I think I wanted to highlight that Andy started to get at is this idea of how we present ourselves. So we all need to come across to some extent, especially in the business world, as both competent and likable. We have to have something professional to offer, and people have to want to work with us. But the way that we send those signals and the signals that we're looking for are very different. And so as Americans, we're often looking for somebody who can engage in that really dynamic back and forth process. What we want to do is remember that it may not be the same for the other person, but that doesn't necessarily mean what we think it means. And so we want to try to expand our repertoire of conversational styles. Yes, small talk can be very useful. We try to crack the code for people who aren't as familiar with it. That way, they have the opportunity to engage in that style, which will just open up opportunities. But we shouldn't be judgmental of people who don't use that style just because it's not normal for them in their culture. One of my favorite examples about how all of this can look is we talked to somebody who was a Taiwanese engineer, and she lived all over the world. She lived in China, Germany, the US, other places too. And she said that she really hates the getting to know you topic of tell me about yourself. That was way too personal. And Andy and I said, well, gosh, you can't talk about who you are. What, if that's too personal, what can you talk about? And she said, talk about the food. The food was going to be a neutral reference point. Go out to lunch, talk about the food that you like, comment on the food that you're actually eating. Now you've established a rapport. For her, that was the way to establish trust. Once you knew that, now you could start to talk about where you were from or, what your job was. So this wasn't really the other person not wanting to get acquainted, but the rhythms and the norms were different. So I think being attuned to the fact that it might just feel a little awkward, kind of like going from maybe a country song to a jazz song. They're both songs, they're both legitimate, but there's a different rhythm, I think, can give us the extra space that we need to stop and listen and make sense of the situation before we proceed with our interpretations.
Sounds like it's important to do your homework and have that awareness and not assume just because of the way you feel, the way we do things in one country is the way it's done. I mean, that's a pretty basic thing, but for people to actually exercise that, and maybe it's also muscle memory in a way that it takes a while to build some of these things up and to actually form these habits. But it makes a ton of sense. Great points. Anything to add to that, Andy, or we can go on to another topic or questions?
Just the core idea of, based on what you just said there, that it's not that cultural differences aren't important. That's a double negative. Cultural differences are important. But I think it's important. I think it's key to recognize that when you go into a situation, you should do your homework, but recognize that these are tendencies. It's almost like you have like this potential hypothesis coming in, but you are ready to have that disconfirmed. Like you go into a conversation with someone from, I don't know, Germany, and you think that they're going to be getting all down to business and they're not going to chit chat before the conversation and they're not going to do much small talk because you've read that Germans don't tend to make small talk in professional contexts. And then you walk in, you know that, but the person talks your ear off and like it's completely, they're German, but completely different from what you expected. So, I mean, have a sense of what you might expect, but be ready to be surprised.
So what are people outside the US tending to categorize just in general Americans as far as if they're warning them in advance, what's maybe different from there? What is the tendency of how Americans are categorized?
I work a lot with expat executives who are coming to the US, and they are often really looking forward to having a more flexible, spontaneous, sort of gregarious style, but they may not be used to what that actually feels like in practice. And so, if they're more comfortable in their own background with having something that's very clearly hierarchical, it can be exciting and invigorating to feel like they can just mix and mingle across the hierarchy, but they don't necessarily know how to do that. So there's often a sense of trying something out, but not necessarily feeling comfortable. And I think that that's actually a key point, whether it's somebody from Europe or Asia or the US or elsewhere, that we're actually not supposed to be super good at this. Like, there's no reason that we would just suddenly have the ability to interact with anybody from any culture, anywhere, anytime, if our style and their style are maybe following completely different protocols. But the key is not to memorize in advance. And this is what I would tell them if they're coming to the US. The key is not to memorize in advance. The key is to just try to focus on the person right in front of you. The person right in front of you will often be far more forgiving than you think they will because they aren't necessarily sure how to work with your culture either. And so what we're trying to do with the book is take people out of the performance mindset and put them in a connecting mindset. Because if you're connecting with a real three-dimensional person, there's often a lot more wiggle room than if you're just trying to aim for an entire culture, which is just very broad and very vague.
Yeah. So our very own Sarah has asked a question, and let me bring it to both your attention. We often hear about the struggle between presenting a polished, glossy self versus a more authentic, comfortable self. Based on your cross-cultural research, what guidance can you offer on managing this pressure? How can we discern it when it's appropriate to let our hair down and when it's best to maintain a more polished image? So, Andy, thoughts there first.
So my first book, Global Dexterity, is exactly about this, really. It's about the idea that in the cross-cultural world, you often hear very sort of varying views about how to be successful across cultures. You might hear from one person, just be yourself. I mean, that's the key. You just need to be yourself and you'll be fine. And then you hear from someone else, yeah, when in Rome, act like the Romans. You know, that's the best advice I can give. And in fact, I used to have executives come into my MBA class and they would give like this completely different advice to my students. And I was like, students are like very curious, like, okay, interesting. Both these people are credible, but it's completely conflicting advice. My book, Global Dexterity, is about a middle ground, about having your cake and eat it too. How can you successfully adapt and adjust your behavior without losing yourself in the process? What we find in our work is that the very best way to do this is by finding a way to customize your behavior. To find, oftentimes, when you're in a new culture, you don't have to hit the bullseye of the archery target in terms of acting in a particular situation. There's usually, by that, I mean that the norms for how to act effectively are often there's more leeway than you think there are. And the key is to try to find a way, sculpt your way of doing the situation so that you can integrate part of yourself and you can feel authentic or authentic enough and still be successful in the situation. It's almost like a fusion chef who's trying to create ingredients, you know, Chinese and Mexican ingredients together. And they're not going to be successful if they just throw the ingredients together and say, oh, okay, this is good, it's going to work, right? You're going to try it, you're going to taste it, others are going to taste it, you're going to adjust accordingly. So through that process, you can become your own fusion chef in a sense with your behavior, and you can find your way ultimately of acting so that it ideally hits that sort of double bottom line of being authentic and effective. It takes a bit of practice and a bit of experimentation, but that would be my answer.
Yeah. Melissa, any additional thoughts there?
I would add that, one of the arguments that we make in the book is that if you aren't being yourself, who is it that the other people are actually getting to know? So I think it's one thing in the old intercultural material, there was this idea that maybe you're flying to some other place. You're flying to France for a quick business trip and you're flying home. If that's a high stakes situation and you're just trying to close a deal, it probably behooves you to really try to send all the signals that are going to strike the right chord with the people in the room for that moment. That's really different than if you're going to work with 10 different people from different countries, different cultures, and you're going to work with them for an indefinite period. You won't be able to sustain being a version of yourself that's radically different than who you are. So I think, first of all, you want to think about how you can be yourself. What aspects of yourself do you think you might be able to dial up depending on the situation? And maybe there's some moments offline where you have the opportunity to share more of yourself if maybe the specific meeting isn't the right place to do it. But I think if you don't feel that there's any room at all to be yourself, you might want to think about whether that's really the case and talk to some mentors in your organization to find ways that more of you can come to the table.
That's great. So, okay, so,
Can
yeah,
I
go
jump
ahead,
in?
Andy. Sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do that even within their own culture. They're sort of, I think people craft a professional self by watching other models over time, incorporating elements from their style, recognizing that that doesn't fit or does fit. You might shed this, you might incorporate this, right? This doesn't even have to do with cultures, but you're sort of coming up with a provisional sense of self and adjusting and adapting over time to develop your own style. I think we all do that, whether consciously or unconsciously in our sort of professional worlds.
So you're two Americans, right? About crossing cultures. How did you ensure still a global perspective for the book? Melissa, will
Yeah,
go
so
to
we,
you
we
first.
talked to as many people as we could about, I think it was a little bit over 100 professionals from around the world, and they were professionals of different ages and different professional backgrounds as well. And we wanted to see, we kind of just kept going until we started to hear the same thing. So we just, tried to talk to as many people as possible and get what their insights were, not only about global work, but specifically about how to form relationships in other cultures. We also did talk to some Americans because, as we all know, the US is a really broad and diverse country, but we tried to just challenge ourselves to talk to people who weren't us. That way we were expanding our perspective.
And I should say also that we each have our own experiences abroad as well. That is important to note, I think. On my end, I studied in Spain. I lived and worked in France. And in addition to travel, of course, I also happened to teach at a university where in a business school where I said like about 70%, 75% of my students are foreign born. So I've been working in a living laboratory of people adapting across cultures for the last 25 years. So those would be some of my experiences. Melissa has different ones.
Yeah, so
Sure.
I've lived all across the US in very different regions, the South, the Upper Midwest, Arizona, and California. And I lived in Poland as well for grad school. And I think in addition to drawing on my own sort of intuition about what seemed to ring true, I also, along with Andy, we also had people look at the book before it was published to say, okay, how would a German read this book? We were
Yeah.
anticipating what they might say. And it was really valuable to get their feedback. And one of the things actually that a German reviewer said that I think is relevant as we're trying to adapt across cultures, she said, you know what? It isn't how a German would write this book. And that's so exciting for her as a reader, because if she wanted to read a German perspective, she could do that. So I think as we're writing about the world, we want to be mindful of our American perspective, that it isn't the only one, but we also don't want to hide what that has to offer, because sometimes people really are looking for something that they can't get inside their own culture. So that was really reassuring to us that it rang true for her and that she thought it was a fun and fresh take.
We're also open, by the way, if there is bias in the book, let us know, but you have to read it
Yeah.
first.
Yes, that's the key here. Again, yes,
Yeah.
that we highly encourage people if they have it, and it's also in audio format, but it's not your voices because
It
that's
is
how I
not.
listen to it. Yes, but they did a very good job. Yes,
Regrettably, yeah.
yes. So you guys are a great example of. We've used the word before, earlier in the day about collaboration. How important it is. And you made it work by never actually meeting in person, but you collaborated on this book and probably had a number of phone calls or conversations like this. And in a world where we use Zoom and Teams a lot and other forms of virtual, what are some of your thoughts there about how to build these strong relationships when we're not in person, but we are using some of these other formats to communicate with each other? What stands out the most in terms of, because again, communication like that is very prevalent, post and during the pandemic.
I'll say a few thoughts. I have a few thoughts. I mean, so I'm in the academic world. I have been my whole career, and it's extremely common for people to collaborate across cultures and asynchronously on papers, on academic papers, and on books. That's not uncommon at all. In fact, the very task of writing, if you think about it, it's very difficult. Like I think we would be unsuccessful if we tried to simultaneously write the book. Like I just don't think that I don't think it's a team activity to write like in real time to write it. I think that this particular task benefits from um, you know interactive in-person brainstorming, asynchronous comments and thoughts on each other's drafts and ideas, whether it's through Microsoft Word or we use Slack a lot, actually. That was the platform that we used the most. We're pretty flexible, so we could just hop on a quick Zoom call if we had a clarification question. So I think the nature of of the task we were doing was perfectly amenable to the fact that we were not in the same place and frankly hadn't met each other. It'd be great if we met each other. We came close, by the way. We were like within what, a couple of miles, maybe?
Oh my gosh,
Well,
really?
it's LA, so a couple of miles is like, an hour
That'd
and a
still
half.
take you an hour
Right. Well, no,
actually
I mean,
get.
I was actually at a college reunion in LA, and I just couldn't get away from. I was there for such a short time. It's like, oh, I have to be able. But
I kind of envisioned this Netflix, series on y'all's book.
there you go.
and it's going to show the two of you with split screen how close you actually got to each other.
Right, little dots. Yeah.
Yes, the viewers are going to be on the edge of their seat. Yeah. Yeah, he's right here. Yeah. Any additional thoughts there, Melissa?
Yeah, I'll say a couple of things. One is that I
Yeah.
think it helps to establish a little bit of trust before you are in a situation that demands a great deal of trust. So it's not like Andy and I met online and then the next day he was like, let's write a book. And I was like, okay, sure. So I think the fact that we had already previously written some Harvard Business Review articles together and that we'd collaborated on the certification for his other book, Global Dexterity, gave us a sense for each other's working styles. So we had at least a sense of how each other communicated and how we operated. But it was actually still really different working on the book. It was a much more intense experience. And I think to some extent we were like much more ourselves because there wasn't as much time to kind of be like a professional. Not that we weren't professional, but we weren't sort of worried about that as much. We were just trying to get the job done. And I think in that case, it was actually really helpful to be clear with each other. I think when you're not in the same shared space, it helps to be explicit. So, for example, if I wasn't going to be available that weekend, or if Andy was going to be going out of town with his family on vacation, that's not something that we would just intuitively know. So it helped to say, here's the next draft I worked on. And the person receiving it could say, okay, here's my plan. I'm going to get it back to you by this date. So I think using communication to overcome those barriers is really helpful because we wouldn't necessarily just be able to guess. And I think one of the hardest things when you're working long distance, even in the same culture, is the big question mark. You don't know what the other person's doing, you know what the other person's thinking. I think it was also helpful, and this applies to every team, to just ask if we're on the same page. There's no way that two people or an entire team can always have the same idea, the same interpretation. And so it was helpful to say, okay, I think this is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? And giving yourself some space to double check instead of putting pressure on yourself to magically infer what the other person's thinking, I think can really be helpful. And that's something that you can do across cultures. If you're all coming from a different culture, I think it's perfectly fine to say, let's just check to make sure we all understand each other. And so even though Andy and I are both in the US, I think some of our virtual experiences really did give us a lot of empathy and compassion for what people are going through in global work around the world.
Yeah. Well, again, this is a CWIM event, and I don't know if you were able to join for some of the previous sessions earlier today, but one of them was around successful negotiating for women. And I'm just curious, from your research and your writings, was there any element around the gender aspect as it relates to now we're adding another important and challenging element, and that is it's one thing to ask for a raise or ask for more responsibility, all those kind of things. But now we're talking about going outside the US and what that means. And so it kind of gets to sometimes the power and hierarchy and how are performance reviews impacted. So I can't remember if you had covered that as part of your research or in your book, but if you did, please share that in terms of the gender part of things.
Melissa, do you want to answer or?
I would say that we didn't directly address that. There are many examples of professional women around the world. We would say that it's one of many factors that could be relevant in the particular context, but there's a lot of good material out there, and we didn't want to replicate what had already been done.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, makes sense. So, but in terms of power and hierarchy, irregardless of the gender aspect, how does that play out in terms of efforts to, create these strong trust, dual respecting bonds that we're trying to create and keep for a long time? How does that play out?
I think that if you come from a high power distance culture, you might struggle trying to build a relationship with someone who is in a higher power position, even in a culture where the power distance is much lower. You might have internalized that through your whole life. The way that your parents interacted with you, the way that you interacted with your teachers as a kid, They were sort of up on a pedestal, and you had to be super formal and deferential and so on. And then when you went to college, and then your boss, and then all of a sudden you maybe find yourself in a culture. I see this all the time in the United States with people from sort of high power distance cultures, East Asian cultures, Southeast Asian cultures come to the US, and they struggle trying to make small talk or build a relationship with their boss because it feels just completely anathema to everything that they've grown up with. And it feels very, very, very uncomfortable. So they might then they might give off sort of like formal vibes. And that then might be misinterpreted by their boss as being cold or being uninterested in building a relationship or something like that. So you're getting these unspoken interpretations of behavior that might stem from some of these cultural differences in hierarchy and status. So that's just one example. I do think that that's a very, very powerful, it shapes people very powerfully in terms of the way that they build relationships.
And the reverse is also true. You know, we have an example in our book about an American who has a Japanese boss. And it was years before this American had any inkling of who his Japanese boss was as a person. And there's just one moment before the start of a Zoom call where the boss happened to mention something about needing to leave early. I forget the exact details now, but something about how there was a golf game. And the American was really attuned to that precious little bit of information, used that as an opening to start talking about golf. And gradually, once he had had that little tiny bit of information, he had more permission, not a lot, but a little bit of permission to start interacting with his boss and building that relationship. Now, they didn't have a kind of peer connection. He still had to respect the hierarchy. So it was just as different for him going to Japan. But the idea was that he had to figure out what the rhythm was and how much room he had to maneuver, and then be listening and paying attention to those signals so that he could develop the best relationship possible in that context.
Yes. Well, this is a fabulous conversation. I think we just have time for a few more, and I highly encourage our audience to fire away with questions. One thing I wanted, a lot of the research, I'm assuming, is looking back and then forming, recommendations of how leaders can evolve, and especially in a global, diverse cultural world. What advice do you have for leaders to stay ahead of this whole dynamic of being successful in communication when we're talking cross globally, cross culturally? And I'll go to Melissa first.
Sure. So I think one of the things that we notice with leaders who are really well established in their field is that they're always challenging themselves, but it might have still been a while since they were truly outside of their comfort zone. Because as you go in your career, you're getting more and more and more competent. I think the more you can stop and stretch yourself, maybe go to a conference in another country, or continue to try new food, or if you have a business trip, actually go around the city and experience it. The more you're going to sort of keep your finger on the pulse of where the world is and how the world is changing, and sort of what is trending around the world. It's really easy to just sort of get really, really focused on our tasks, especially in the US, and to think about maybe what our LinkedIn profile looks like or what executive levels we're achieving. And if we can remember to actually still put ourselves in situations that are outside of our comfort zone, that's going to help us then when we are leading people who are from different cultures, because we need to have that capacity to stop and to think and to be curious in the moment. So that's what I would encourage everybody to do, is to keep learning and keep stretching.
That's great.
Let me build on that, because I think that's great. And it just, as you were talking, Melissa, I was just thinking of one of the stories from our book of an executive, a leader who got an American who got a new job as an executive. He was an executive already, but he got a sort of a horizontal position at an executive level in Montreal, and so he had never played hockey before, and he never spoke French. In fact, he wasn't very good at languages. But he gave his opening speech to his team, a very large team, the extended team, in French, and it was butchered French. He was, I mean, he said he was very unkind to the French language, but he tried. And, sometimes it's not just the message, it's the meta message. It's not just what you say, it's what people take from what you're saying. And in this case, I think he was saying that I respect your culture, even if it's not my own. I'll meet you halfway. I'm someone you can relate to. I'm someone who will step outside of his comfort zone. And by the way, he did the same thing with hockey. He learned to skate. He got up early, 5 in the morning or whatever, before work to play on the intramural hockey team. He ended up breaking a rib, but he really got people could empathize with him. People could open up. He created a safe atmosphere, and he really developed trust. And I think that's really key for executives, to be able to do that. Sometimes executives are so autonomous that they can craft their own world so that they avoid situations outside their comfort zone because they're so autonomous. But I think that there's a lot to be gained from stepping outside your comfort zone, even and perhaps especially at the highest level.
So Adrian took another curious question I had is there going to be a sequel to the book? And so hold on to that thought. And then I want to also get to one other question. That is, some countries incorporate global culture into earlier education, such as in high schools. Would you share your thoughts on this approach? So one of you take one of those and one of you take the other. And why don't we go first to you, Melissa, your choice.
Sure. I would say that, of course, we'd love to write another book, and we've been chatting about it a little bit. Just, would we want to? Should we want to? I think that the question is always, what hasn't been done, and what do we have to say, and what do we want to look into? So stay tuned.
Okay. All right. So that means, Andy, you get to dive into the second question around countries incorporating global culture into earlier education.
Yeah, I mean, as you might imagine, I would say yes. I don't know. It's interesting. The U.S. I've always felt the U.S. is that it's a bit more challenging in the U.S. And I think part of the reason is because except for the borders, where there you could be in the U.S. in the middle of the country and be extremely far away from any place that feels foreign at all, where they speak a different language, right? It's certainly not true up in the northern border, especially where I live on the northern border near Quebec, or close to where Melissa grew up near Mexico and so on. But think about the difference between that and like someone who grows up in the Netherlands. And they're like an hour or an hour and a half from like multiple different countries and languages. And there's just so many, or another country. I mean, there's so like Singapore, I don't know, like these places where culture is just part woven into the fabric of everyday life. I think it's much more obvious, right? I think at the lower levels of education. But for sure, I believe that. I used to be involved in a nonprofit here in Boston, actually focused on global education in K to 12. So, I mean, you might imagine I'm very much for that, but I can sort of see why it might not be as much of a priority for some people, even though it should.
Well, thank you both so much. I think at this point, turn things over to Christine and let her close out our session in advance of closing out the day.
Thank you so much, Paul, and to you, Andy and Melissa as well, for that enlightening and very thought-provoking discussion. We wish we had more time with you, but you certainly made the most of your time with us today, and we appreciate that. Congratulations on your book, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
In closing, thank you. And on behalf of the CWIM team, I want to thank all of our talented and courageous friends for connecting, collaborating, and celebrating with us today. We extend our gratitude to CFA Societies Nashville, Serbia, and Uruguay for hosting today's event, and also to Collaborative WIM sponsors, Belzer Investment Management, Yield Street, and Wendell Rhodes Consulting, and to all of you for joining us and taking this journey with us. We also want to give special thanks to our CWIM advisors and CWIM ambassadors, who we proudly feature on our website at collaborativewim.org. Please check them out. And as a low-cost way to support CWIM, you can follow us on LinkedIn and subscribe to the CWIM newsletter for all the latest announcements and opportunities to get involved. such as the recent launch of the CWIM returnships program. Please check it out if you haven't yet. And then one final note, save the date, February 12th, for the CWIM Q1 Book Club hosted by CFA Society Orlando and live with author Neha Sangwan to discuss her book, Powered by Me, From Burned Out to Fully Charged at Work and in Life. We're so happy you joined us today and grateful for everyone who partnered with us to make the CWIM Global Summit event possible. Thanks again, and we'll see you soon.